speaking in the city square, trying to tell somebody that he cares. Can you blame the voice of youth for asking what is true? Yeah, the ones that you're calling wild are gonna be the leaders in a little while. When will the lonely voice of youth cry, what is true? This our world's waking to a newborn babe, and I solemnly swear it'll be their way. You better help that voice of youth find what is true. And the lonely voice of youth cries, what is true?
All right. Welcome, everybody. I have been gone for some time, outcast on the 7 Cs, but I brought Polly back with me, and Polly will hopefully be joining us on a regular basis now. We're gonna get Polly in shape here for sure. She's a little new to live stream, so you'll have to forgive her. She's a little shy, but it'll be fine. Thank you to Castle, my first mate, who was on the high seas of Pennsylvania, and managed to procure an appropriate parrot named Polly. So we have our sample. We've got these Jolie's cookies, which are quite nice. Thank you, Castle. Castle got me a bunch of stuff. I got some dark wafer cookies here, my German cookies, which are so good. I've got some tea over here somewhere. Yeah. The tea does not want to come and visit. It is stuck. It's a lemon ginger turmeric tea. And of course I got my Muppet cup. Do you have your Muppet cup? You should get one if you don't. Get one in the store. Just to remind yourself, And we've got some Sam Pell in the Muppet Cup. Let's see if the Beta Procrustes, some aphorisms from Nassim Taleb, have something interesting to say. Post my 3-week. I like this section. Chance, success, happiness, and stoicism is a whole section of the book. Success is becoming in middle adulthood what you dreamed to be in late childhood. The rest comes from loss of control. I like that. That's rather good. Taleb, bringing the goods. Yeah, so I've been gone for 3 weeks, traveling around the universe, trying to release videos on time, and hopefully succeeding mostly. I had a little bit of a late start on the last one on academia. I don't know what the hell happened. Just all kinds of small problems. But we got it out. I've got more coming. Castle again to save the day on the animation. So the animation's coming soon. So I'll have yet another animation video. I have to do some more work on it, obviously, but all the components are there. I just have to knit everything together and do the voiceover and all that. Try and demonstrate another thing about perspective. Hopefully you'll all enjoy that. And sort of what inspired this title was the obviousness of this problem with the Jordan Peterson Jubilee video. Well, I got a chance to listen to that video while I was on the road, which you should never do, because I almost drove off the road listening to stupid people being stupid. Now, I can't defend Peterson. He did not comport himself well at all. I think that when you are not used to being verbally assaulted by people of low intelligence and zero comprehension, um, then you run into a problem, and you get upset. Also, again, that's not a debate. That's not a debate format. I don't know why people keep using the word debate and then doing things that aren't a debate. I don't know what everybody's problem is. I don't know why we're, holding up debate as this thing that people should be doing. Most people can't comport themselves in a debate at all. There was no moderator, no debate. There was a stated position, but only on one side. If you only have one stated position, you're not in a debate. There were no rules, right? Or there were a set of rules, but they did not govern the nature of the arguments, which in a debate, the rules govern the nature of the arguments. And yes, this is a parrot. This is Polly. She will be joining me for the foreseeable future. Unless she gets tired and falls off my shoulder, in which case, I'll fire my costume designer. We'll see how well Polly fits. Polly had to travel to get here, so birds have a rough life. Just and as Father Eric points out, my favorite internet meme, birds aren't real. That is correct. So when we talk about literacy, and maybe what the hell is comprehension? Well, that's kind of a good question. What are we talking about when we talk about literacy? Well, literacy is just the ability to know your numbers and words, basically. That's kind of it, guys. It doesn't say that you can read. At least not in terms of, we'll say, books and novels. The original purpose of literacy was to facilitate trade so that people could effectively understand basic contract information and sign their names. That's it. It really wasn't for anything else, like counting, right? That was numeracy and literacy. Numeracy, weird. Sort of went together in the world at the time. And the Jubilee catastrophe, because it was a catastrophe. I mean, again, Peterson didn't comport himself well. It's just the bigger catastrophe was almost everyone there except the woman. Like, how do I say? They're stupid. Like, they're actually stupid. Their use of language is atrocious. It's horrific. It's like, do you know what the purpose of words is and how to use them in sentences? Because they did not do that well. In some cases, they weren't making any sense at all, which was quite surprising. So literacy is just to read and write. And it was originally just the knowledge of letters and later expanded to understanding written works. Now, I kind of disagree with that. I think whoever wrote it relatively recently, we'll say within the past 5 years. You can see all over the AI that these two terms, literacy and comprehension, other words like agnosticism and atheism, which I'll get into, have been manipulated recently, very recently. Now, the Wayback Machine helps. Knowing what you're looking at helps. Seeing patterns really helps. So literacy is not what we think. It's just read and write. That's it. It's really not understanding Plato's Republic, which is an example I will get into, obviously, since I have a video on that. Comprehension means to grasp mentally, to understand, right? It comes from taking together, grasping in the original Latin. They're both originally Latin terms. And I think the problem is that we don't understand the difference anymore. So my new comprehension test, which I'll ruin here, although I've ruined it on a video on navigating patterns already, is Plato's Republic. Did you read the Republic? Yes. Do you remember the allegory of the cave, which is the beginning of book 7? probably not going to remember that part. I'm going to be like, all right, well, already your comprehension's in question. Now, that book in particular, above probably all the other books, maybe all of the other books, is highly structured. And that structure is unbelievably important to the point of the manuscript. If you do not understand the unfolding, and Lantern Jack talks about this on his YouTube channel. So he's got a wonderful thing on the Ancient Greece Declassified podcast about this. He has a whole series on Plato's Republic. It's like an onion, and the arguments rely on one another, not only within the books, say front to back, as in the case with book 7, right, but also throughout the whole text, right? And so there's references and cross references. Now, these references are not, we'll say, of the nature of the sorts of references and cross references you find in the Bible that Jordan Peterson points to. Those are of a different type. They are more poetic. See the knowledge engine model on navigating patterns for the understanding of what poetic information is. Plato's Republic relies on a very clear, easy to comprehend structure. And that structure allows for a better comprehension of the text overall. If you read Plato's Cave, the allegory of the cave, and you thought that it had anything to do with individualism, you're wrong. The beginning, Plato's abundantly, ridiculously clear about this. You cannot escape from the cave. No one can escape from the cave. There is no force that can escape you from the cave. It has to be done by the creators of the city. No, actually, that's what it says in the text. Now, it doesn't say that in book 7, because the creators of the city, Socrates and Glaucon, have already been set up in previous books or chapters. They set you free, or Socrates does. It is a miserable experience. You are dragged out of the cave in pain, slowly, fighting the whole way. And you are sent into exile above, alone, by yourself, into domicide. The process of creating you as an individual away from those you grew up with or were educated with, although I dare say their idea of education and our idea of education have zero overlap, okay? That throws you into domicide. You get lonely. You are alone. You are unconnected from the world. It's you and the stars. You go back to try to be with your fellows and tell them of the wonderful world outside, and they try to kill you. This is not a happy story of something you should be trying to attain. It is not a story of triumphant rebellion against the system. It is quite the opposite, in fact. And it is important for comprehension, not only because if you read it, you skipped a bunch of words in the story, in the allegory, not outside the allegory, in the allegory that told you this is a painful process that you will not want to do. It will not be good for you. You will not benefit from it. And you cannot drag that benefit back to your friends because they'll try to kill you. But you'll want to because you'll be all alone. Like, all of this is in there, so I don't know why people skip over it. I assume they have poor comprehension. Their reading comprehension is low, possibly 0. Now, if all that wasn't enough to convince you, the end of book 7 should put the nail in the coffin. At the end of book 7, within the city, so now we're in the third frame. That's right. The book is laid out in 3 frames. It might be laid out in more. It's laid out in a minimum of 3 frames: the individual frame, the group frame, and the frame of the city. Okay, 3 frames. In the end of the book, the city frame in book 7, right at the end, the philosopher who is going towards philosophical enlightenment of some kind is dragged away from that, and Glaucon objects and says, Socrates, you can't do that. He's going to better himself. Socrates says, yes, dear Glaucon. Now, Socrates says it's about 96,000 times in the Republic, but this is for the good of the city. In other words, stop thinking about the individual. They don't matter. Right, they don't. Justice has nothing to do with any individual or any person or any single entity. That is not what justice is about. Justice cannot be understood in those frames. And Socrates knows this, right? In the book, Plato writes about it in the Republic. It's made clear in the beginning books of the Republic. If you missed all of this or any of this, you have poor reading comprehension. You may have read the text, but you do not understand what Plato was saying because you skipped a bunch of stuff where he said, no, not this, and no, not that. And you're like, yes, that's exactly what Plato means. So this poor fellow is taken away from the philosophical pursuit temporarily to go to the bottom of the city where the poorest live and to give observations and suggest changes. And for this, he is derided and jeered at. It's not to say that some or all of the changes weren't made, but he gets no accolades, and he should expect none. This is a corollary story to the allegory of the cave. It is backwards. He starts out as a philosopher, going towards the philosophy, the enlightenment, however you want to frame it. Doesn't really matter at that point. The point's pretty freaking clear from the text, and he's dragged out of that down to not people he grew up with, because you don't grow up with those people. But did you read the Republic? You don't grow up with those people in this kind of city. He's pretty clear about that. Everyone's separated out basically at birth or by lineage or whatever. And that's the problem, is that there's your comprehension test right there. If that's what you think the allegory of the cave is about, you didn't understand it. Now, if you read the Republic, you have no excuse and you have poor reading comprehension. And it's just that simple. I'm sorry. I don't care what your IQ is or what other books you've read or what else you've done in your life, because it doesn't matter. You have poor reading comprehension. This is so abundantly clear. I made a whole video about navigating patterns. It's there. Check it out. It has all the goods with all the references right from the text. I was using the Bloom translation, but there were 3 others that I tracked. They're all the same, right? They have slightly different translations of words, but this isn't about words. It's about comprehension. That's the difference between literacy and comprehension. In literacy, only the words matter because you only have the words. You don't have the interpretation and you don't have the meaning, that's for sure. You also may not necessarily need it, right? Depending upon what you're doing. Right? Comprehension, the words matter a lot less because the general point is the same. That makes it a poetic way of informing the world. See the knowledge engine model on navigating patterns. And because it's a poetic way of informing the world, it has a richness, a fullness, a type of enchantment to it that you don't get any other way. Now, there's a horrific, and I do mean horrific talk on Transfigured, which is Sam Tiedeman's YouTube channel, where he had Jonathan Peugeot and John Vervaeke. This is a train wreck that makes me cry. No pushback on horrifically bad ideas. I'm not even all the way through it. I'm going to have a discussion with Ignacio about it coming up probably Monday. maybe Tuesday or something. It's probably going to be a live stream too. It'll be interesting. John basically admits, because Immanuel Kant, false dichotomy, I mean, he doesn't call it false dichotomy. He does use the word dichotomy, though, and I'm like, yeah, but all dichotomies are false. I don't know what to tell you. False dichotomy, I'm like, well, then don't adopt Immanuel Kant. Nobody before Immanuel Kant adopted Immanuel Kant. I don't know if people realize that. So you don't need anything that he has to offer. He's contributed exactly zero to the world, except evil, of course, but I don't count that in the plus column. So he's contributed nothing good to the world. Why would you start there for your argument? Also, science doesn't understand the vocabulary of mythology, and therefore, like, mythology doesn't understand the vocabulary of science. That's not true. It's asymmetrical, bro. The mythology people understand your stupid science words perfectly well. They're just stupid. It's a different problem. This isn't my problem. I don't like those words anyway, so it's fine. And I can wield them better than most of these sciencey idiots can. When you have a group of people using terminology and not comprehending what the other person is saying, they are talking past one another. That video is a great example of people talking past one another. Jonathan Peters is all thrilled at John's language. I'm like, his language is terrible. He's saying quite clearly science needs to rule the roost. Ontology should be able to understand all of this. And the fact that it can't means that we have to understand mythology using scientific language. That's never going to happen, ever. Ever. It can't happen. Science doesn't have the capacity to understand mythology. It's not supposed to either, to be fair to science, but like, what are you doing? And this Jubilee conversation with Peterson, these people have an amazing vocabulary. There was actually somebody, well, actually it was Greg. So I'll tell you the story of how I came across it. So Vanderklay comes up with this thing about the Jubilee conversation with one of the guys who was there. So I listened to that. I didn't listen to the Jubilee conversation first. I listened to that. And Greg was pretty good. Now, the interesting thing here that I think no one noticed about the Vanderklay conversation was Greg said, oh, I didn't know who Jordan Peterson was. We did not know it was going to be Jordan Peterson. But a friend of mine who's a Peterson fanboy told me this is definitely Jordan Peterson. So I had a trip to Japan. So I listened to a few Peterson debates, having not listened to Peterson before, by the way, on the trip there and back. And then Vanderklay, asked him, like, oh, well, what did you think of Peterson? He gave a better understanding and clearer understanding of what Peterson's all about than anybody in the Vander crew has ever done, including Vanderklay himself. By far, he nailed a bunch of stuff, not all of it, because he didn't watch Maps of Meaning, right? But he nailed it. He really nailed Peterson pretty darn well. It was spot on. And I was really impressed with Greg, actually. I was like, wow, this guy's pretty good. Did anyone notice that he knows more about Peterson and what is it? Maybe 12, no, more than that, 28, 30 hours of watching him than all these clowns that have been watching him and critiquing him for years. No one noticed that. Okay, well, I did. So I'm here to tell you that's what happened. Kind of interesting that he could do that and all these people can't. Might be an issue of comprehension. So I watched that. I was pretty impressed with Greg. And then I watched the Jubilee thing. Now I'm driving and I'm still here, which required the intervention of an angel because I nearly drove off the road 62,000 times listening to these people. I was like, why do you think it's valid to smash random words together in a way that suits you? No wonder why Peterson was pissed off. He couldn't understand a word they were saying. Greg in particular was like a different person. It was so different. Sarah was like, that's the same person. I'm like, that's the same person we just heard in the other video. And she's like, no. And I'm like, no, it is. It's the same person. And the reason why is because he doesn't sound at all rational. He doesn't sound reasonable. He doesn't sound logical. At one point, he uses a word that I don't know. I don't even remember the word because it's such a worthless word. But he used a word I've never heard of. Now, my vocabulary is insane. That's how I got into private Catholic high school, is I just basically smoked the vocab completely. I got the highest score ever in the school. Um, just because I read the dictionary at one point, at least up to L. After that, I figured out it wasn't going to contain the sort of uh, comprehension that I was seeking. It only has definitions. That's why I know that meaning is not in dictionaries, only definitions, and meaning emerges from content plus context. Right. That's when I learned that. I was very young. So he used that word in his conversation with Peterson. And then when Peterson, was trying to clarify something, he said, well, you know perfectly well what I mean, common parlance. And I said, wait a minute, bro, did you just use a word that even I don't know? And so it can't be a very common word at all, because I know a bunch of words that almost nobody ever uses. This word I don't think has ever been used. Like, this is ridiculous word. And then use common parlance on him? Really? That was your move? I was stunned. Plus, his argumentation was terrible. It's like none of those people, except the female, used good argumentation at all. Their arguments were awful. They were just smashing words together, left, right, and center. This problem is huge. Let me tell you how huge this problem is. So, one of the gentlemen in that conversation identified himself as an agnostic atheist, right? How I survived listening to this at all is beyond me. I have capacities no one has ever dreamed. Like, you can't be an agnostic atheist. Those two claims are exclusive to one another. Because one says unknown and or unknowable, and the other says, I know there's no God. Now, if you ask the AI, it will say, well, these may seem logically inconsistent, but they're not. And then it uses a definition that doesn't exist to define them. Both of those words. And that's the problem. There is no definition of those two terms. And I looked up the etymology and everything else, right? They're both beliefs. The fact that one refers to belief of knowledge and the other refers specifically to the belief is irrelevant. They both refer specifically to the belief. One says, no, I know God doesn't exist. And the other says, I don't know if God exists or not. And then the unknowable claim is not actually in the definition. And that's the problem, is that the AI is making a false statement and using a bunch of false mathematical logic, which, by the way, doesn't necessarily apply to language, because language isn't math, certainly not English. My goodness. English is the furthest thing from a mathematically structured language that you could possibly imagine. Every other language has far more coherence to mathematics. English has almost zero. It probably has a negative correlation to a mathematical system. English is a mess. It's a complete mess. It's a mess on purpose. It's a very poetic language. It's the best language for poetry is English. English. That's right, Froggy. It's English. Now, the problem is Peterson did not comport himself well because he was not prepared for these arguments. He did not understand what was going on. Whether this was the intent of the producers or not. Oh, the producers. This is the thing I really appreciated about Greg's breakdown on Vanderklay's channel, is he stressed this is a planned and produced event. It is produced like a TV show would be in Hollywood because it's done in Hollywood, right? It's done in California, right? So the real problem is that they set all this up. Did they tell Peterson that he was going to be a Christian they didn't give him the title of the video? Or if they did, he forgot it. So he might have done it to himself. That's possible. Or maybe they told his producer didn't tell him, right? He's managed by his daughter most of the time. I don't know, but it was a setup. And he would not, because he's never claimed to be a Christian. If you thought he was claiming to be a Christian at any point, um, I don't know how to explain to you how stupid you are, but you're stupid. He has been explicitly not Christian from day one, and that position has never, ever changed. Not once. If you missed that, you missed that. And it's a big miss because it's not unclear, much like the cave. And this is the problem. We have poor comprehension. If you are, say, a quote Christian, whatever the hell that is supposed to mean, or Anglo-Catholic, that has a clear enough definition. It is understandable that you would try to see what Peterson is doing and call it like apologetics or something. That is wrong. You're a crazy person. Peterson cannot do apologetics because he is not a Christian. It's not that hard. You can't defend something you're not a part of. You're outside of it. Like it really, like that actually is how the language is modeled. The language is modeled on actions in the world, not the other way around, right? I know we flipped it around. I understand that. That's a mistake on our part. We need to stop doing that immediately. Completely immediately. And that's the problem, is that we're not realizing what comprehension we have. If you think like telling people to read books is a good idea, like I know a bunch of people who read a bunch of books that I read, and I don't know what they read, but the things they talk about that are in those books are not in those books. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I've challenged them, go get me the book and show me where it says that. And they can't because it's not there. That's independent validation, right? Independent of what I think and what you think, we can look at the book, and the book will either have that information in it or not. This is actually what science relies on. Relies on independent validation. Science is a form, only one of many forms, of independent validation. Are you doing independent validation? It requires research and work. You're probably lazy and haven't done any ever, right? So that's a problem. Or maybe you haven't done any since school or something. And maybe you went to college and they only gave you a limited set of tools to do independent validation. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know what your problem is. I know you get a problem though. That I can tell. These people in Jubilee have huge vocabularies. They don't know how to put the words together. They don't know how to form proper sentences. They don't know how to give a cohesive, coherent, comprehensive message. They were babbling. They were using big words quickly to batter their opponent into submission. Now, that doesn't work because Peterson's pretty quick and he's got a relatively huge vocabulary. So he was doing fine with that side of it, but he was getting flustered because they weren't making sense. And when he was pointing that out, they were continuing with battering him with big words at high speed. That's a fun game. I like that game mainly because I win that game all the time. I love that game because I love to win. So I'm happy to play that game. You're not going to win, but hey, and if I lose a game like that, hey, more kudos to you. I love a good challenge. So I'm fine losing a competition. And other competitors at that level respect things like that. And then they're not going to come near you unless they're bored. And that's the asymmetry. People think everything's equal. We've got this equality doctrine going. And now we think literacy is equal to comprehension. And it's not. Just because you can read and write doesn't mean you can understand Moby Dick or Plato's Republic. It doesn't mean that you can understand any book, actually. Reading is not some magical capability that once it is imbued to you, you now have access to the knowledge of the world. That is wrong. It's so clearly wrong. It is insane to me that people are still saying this. I'm like, what is wrong with your brain? Every piece of evidence you have proves that that cannot possibly be true. Not that it isn't true. That's a different claim. I'm saying cannot possibly be true. Evidence, all of the available, there's no evidence that giving people books makes them smarter, better, imbues knowledge to them. None. But there's a lot of evidence that it does the opposite. So I don't know where these people are getting this from. I don't know if it's a mental illness. Is it a virus? I don't get it. I mean, it's part of this whole like, let's educate everybody. Well, what the hell do you mean by educate? Do you mean train? Because that's what everyone's pissed about, right? Like Peterson pointed this out. Modern education is really just training for businesses to have workers. It's like, no, that's actually incorrect, Peterson. I understand that Otto von Bismarck started that trend of, we'll say, rigorous training for the purpose of, in that case, war, I think was really his stated goal. Try to get Polly here to wake up. Wake up, Polly. And Adam and I will be doing a video on Otto von Bismarck and that time period, because that's actually important and it fits into our history series anyway. And so we'll talk more about that then for sure, because there's a lot of just misunderstanding about that whole situation, especially in terms of education and what it means and how it works. And Polly's not going to make it. Sorry, guys. I'm going to have to put Polly over here. Polly can sleep over here. Sleep, honey, sleep. There we go. We'll get Polly going next week, hopefully, for the whole stream. You gotta last 4 hours, Polly. You can't be napping early. I think that if you think educating people in literacy gives them comprehension, then maybe you think that books are a solution once you have comprehension. All of those things are wrong, but like everything I said there is wrong. Like even if education gave you comprehension or through literacy, which it doesn't, that would not allow you to read books. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, especially not books that were written during a time that you did not live. Now, this was less of a problem in the past because the change rate of society, of culture, of the world in which you lived was hundreds of years, including the language. The change rate of language was much lower. And now that change rate is super high. It's so high that the AIs seem to somehow think you can be agnostic atheist, which it's a ridiculous. On the surface, this is Google Gemini. Agnostic atheist might seem like a contradiction, but it's not when you understand how atheism and agnosticism are defined. The terms address two different questions. Notice what the AI did not do. It didn't give me the definitions of either of those words, which I had already looked up, by the way. See the trick? So it tells me, and people do this to other people all the time, which is why the AI is doing it to you, because this is common internet treachery. This is the sort of thing that, I guess it's confession time. I pioneered some of this. I used to use these stupid tricks all the time. Now, to be fair, we were in a game, and we all knew we were playing a game of deception, treachery, and convincing. I've talked about this before on Paul Vandersklay's channel, probably 4.5 years ago now, right? It was a fun game. We had a blast. Okay? So I understand this game. I did some of these tricks on a regular basis. I came up with a few of my own. Okay? So it's not when you understand how atheism and agnosticism are defined. And then it says these terms address two different questions. Well, where the hell is the definition? You just made a claim that they're not a contradiction when you understand how they're defined, and you are failing in any of this text to give me the definition of either term. It's a magic trick. It's enchantment. evil enchantment, to be sure. It's enchantment. And then you wonder why we don't have good comprehension. Did you catch that the AI did that? I did. I have specialized skills in this area, however. So I'm also pretty freaking good with language in general. But like, I know this trick. Oh, you just don't know how they're defined. You see, the way people use these words is, well, what does that have to do with their definition? Right. Atheism, belief. Okay. This refers to a lack of belief in God or gods. Okay, fair. It goes on. It doesn't make anything interesting. Agnosticism, knowledge. Agnosticism is not knowledge, and it does not refer to a type of knowledge. Agnosticism is a statement of belief about knowledge. See how comprehension works? It's not a subtle difference. It may seem like a subtle difference to those of you with lesser language comprehension. Fair enough. I'm not impugning your honor by explaining that that is a big difference. Believe me, this is advanced stuff. These are terms that were used by the top 1% of people in their fields. They're not for you. They're not even for me. I hate that quote field. It's the field of arrogant, obnoxious pricks who went to Harvard. I don't like those people. I don't like their language. I can do their language tricks better than they can. I'm not impressed. It's a poor comprehension. The AI has poor comprehension. It's set out to make these things compatible from the start. They're incompatible terms. They both refer to a belief. And it's far worse. It's far worse. So I asked Claude, because I have Claude, and he basically says an agnostic atheist holds both positions simultaneously. They don't believe in gods, atheist. They think the existence or non-existence of gods is unknowable or unprovable. Okay, wait a minute. What position does that put the person who claims to be an agnostic atheist in? Let's just reverse this, because again, I'm highly dyslexic. So this is my trick all day long, right? Like, this is where I shine. What position are you in if you say, I don't believe in gods or God, because I'm an atheist? And this is what Claude says. Claude's much better at this, by the way, than Gemini. They think the existence or non-existence is unknowable or unprovable. So you're saying, I don't believe in them, but I don't have any proof for my beliefs. That's what you're saying. You're implying at the same time that therefore you should believe the way I believe, because you have no alternative position. See how comprehension works? My comprehension is quite high, by the way. That's what they're saying. This is a highly arrogant position to take if that's your interpretation. Though you probably can get to that interpretation. Why you would, I don't know. And if you did, probably prison for life. Like, that is insane levels of arrogance. Well, I don't believe this, but I don't believe it's knowable if it's true or not. Oh, really? I believe you have a punchable face. How's that for belief? I mean, it's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is insane. That's one of the guys on the stage of Jubilee. I think that's the one Peterson yelled at and said, get him out of here, basically. That's not what he said, but I'm done. Maybe not, but, I don't remember the whole conversation because I had to stay on the road, and that was hard enough listening to these people who clearly had huge vocabularies and zero comprehension. They did not understand that, first of all, they had poor definitions for their words, but they did not understand which words go together and which words do not, and how to wield words. And the arrogance of Greg. I loved Greg when I listened to him on Vandercliff. And then I'm like, who is this person? Totally Jekyll and Hyde, right? Some word I've never even heard of. And then it's Peterson who's not using common parlance. Let me tell you something about the kind of prick that uses the term common parlance in a conversation. Yes, you see, likely they use something very akin to received pronunciation when they talk, because they went to Harvard or Cambridge University. Okay, I'm not impressed with these people. Okay, I know people like this. I've known people like this my whole life. They're not necessarily bad people, although they tend to stray that way rather quickly. I'm just saying. Probably not a coincidence. I can hang with them. I can have good, reasonable, interesting, fun, important, instructive conversations with people like that. It's not a problem. I've been doing it my whole life. I slip right in and out of that. I'll tell you though. So part of my journey, because I went to South Dakota, right? Southwest South Dakota, the furthest possible point on the planet from anything reasonable, to visit Sally Joe, right? And I had a wonderful time, right? Oh, Ansel wants to correct my pronunciation. Sorry. It's been a while, dude. I received pronunciation. I'm not in New England, so I have very little access to it here. So I visited Sally Joe, right? We went to the shrine of Our Lady of Guadalupe I think it's in Wisconsin, which was nice. We visited Father Eric in North Dakota, which is indistinguishable from South Dakota, by the way. But I ended up, we stopped in Pennsylvania. Castle gave me wonderful set of gifts, like unbelievable. All kinds of things, including, as I said, finding Polly for me. Oh, also gave me my book. So the book is here, right? I have a bunch of copies. Well, not a bunch. I have 10 copies. So there it is. It's all done. I know I got to figure out how to like sell them and get them out to people, but I have a very limited run, and I got to figure out what to do about that. But then we went to the Cape. I visited my buddy on the Cape. Now, the thing about my buddy, his name is Michael. Michael's Italian. Looks like he's still in Italy, Italian. He's a big kid. And grew up on the streets of Boston, basically, well, Belmont. But like Belmont back in the day. Wonderful family. Wonderful family. Really, really good people. Like, they're just good people. Michael runs a towing business. I've worked for Michael before. I have a towing jacket. Actually, I have two. I have a towing rain jacket with my name on it, and it says the name of the towing company on it. And I've got a winter jacket, right? Michael and I had a wonderful, deep conversation using exactly 0 Harvard words. The thing about Michael is, one of the reasons why I like Michael, he's very down to earth. He doesn't use a lot of fancy language, although he could if he wanted to, but he never does. He likes to be comfortable and, not have to think too much about these things, right? Very deep thinker, eidetic memory, especially for numbers. Unfreaking believable. Reads people live on the street in real time like no one. If I know one other person that can read people as well as he can. We were walking in Hyannis one time a number of years ago. We were walking down the street. It was a beautiful day. We were hanging out by the JFK statue because we both like JFK, because neither of us are stupid, and JFK is awesome. And if you don't believe so, then you're wrong about everything in the world. He had its flaws, to be sure, but still awesome. 2 women are coming up the street. And of course, I noticed right away, I'm French. I have radar for that sort of thing, right? And we were talking, so I just kept talking to him. And we passed the 2 women, and he goes, "They just got in a fight." And the one on the right lost. And I was like, what are you talking about? First of all, like we were talking about something, the women we just passed. I'm like, how do you know that, Michael? And so he broke it all down for me like a Sherlock Holmes episode on a TV. Yeah. Broke the whole thing down. And I was like, I had to go back in my brain and say, what did I witness and what didn't I witness? Because we were talking the whole time. And I was like, yeah, I can see what he's talking about, but I didn't notice any of those things. Certainly not in real time. My goodness, I can't do that. Much better skill than anything else. Much better. And that's the thing. All this hoity-toity talk and proper pronunciation uh, just destroys the world. Like actually, provably, has been, always has, especially when it's brought down to where it doesn't belong, which is why the people chained up in the allegory of the cave try to kill the hoity-toity philosophy type who's enlightened now. Because that's the right thing to do. That is the nature and order of the world. I will be proving this as I talk about hierarchy, which that video, I now know how to make the video on hierarchy. I have figured it out, thank you to Castle, because basically, so we decided to spend the night in an extra night in Pennsylvania before going on to the Cape. That was long. It was a 5-hour drive to Sioux Falls, and then it was 2 10-hour day drives to get to Pennsylvania. And then we're still like 6 hours or 5.5 hours from Cape Cod. So we split the thing up into a 4-day journey, which was the right answer, let me tell you. We went to all this stuff around Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, which I've always wanted to go to Bethlehem and Allentown. So I've been to Bethlehem and Allentown, Pennsylvania now. Don't know why I didn't do that when I lived in New England and could get there easily. But whatever, we're here now. And they were talking about the Industrial Revolution and how the real Industrial Revolution, because of course they're going to say this, was all about coal and steel and the location of these little towns, Bethlehem in particular. Bethlehem steel stacks, you got to go to the Bethlehem steel stacks. Man, that's cool stuff. Wow. Wow, is that awesome. That powered everything economically in the United States and the world, really, for a very, very, very long time, decades and decades, right? And their claim to the Industrial Revolution was very interesting, was location between Philadelphia and New York City. I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. The two large ports, two large and important ports, right? At least post late 1800s when they dredged the harbors. Before that, all the big ports were in Massachusetts. It was Newport, Rockport, Salem, Nantucket, New Bedford. New Bedford's a gorgeous port, but oh, what a beautiful port that is. Et cetera, right? So whaling, if you read Moby Dick, whaling is a big part of one of the sort of industrial style revolutions that happens in the United States. If you want to know about that, you can go to Eric Seitz' channel and check out the Moby Dick Book Club, where I do cover a little bit of that history throughout the book there, because it's super important to understanding the book or comprehending the text. If you don't know the history, or at least some of the history of that time, that text is not going to make as much sense. Also, the most meaning crisis book ever. Everyone's talking about the meaning crisis. Nobody's talking about Moby Dick. So in the throes of realizing this sort of third phase or third type of industrial revolution in the United States, I said, aha, I understand how to do a video on hierarchy now. I will talk about the history of the city of Lowell. AI has done some research for me. I haven't looked at it yet just because super busy days here. So I will get that the rest of the way looked at. And I know enough of it to know the patterns there, right? But I just don't know all the details. I wanted to point out all the details. So that should, by giving you enough pieces in the right sequence, right, that should cause you to comprehend hierarchy. And my whole channel is about giving people comprehension. First, by fixing the words and giving you the models. And then second, by putting them together in the right way and showing you that it's the right way and that other ways are actually incorrect. Now, I'm going to get into that further when I talk to Ignacio. At least I suspect that will happen, because a lot of the presumption of the science idiots, and they are idiots. My goodness, these people are stupid. Some of the stuff they said, just like, my ears are like in pain. My brain is shrinking. It's so dumb. It's all presumption about starting points. It's all presumption that things are equal because they both exist in the same time and space right now. It's all about creation denial. It's about not starting at the beginning. It's about not having a starting point. Which came first? You just ask them that question and all of their arguments will fall apart, including in Jubilee. That's all you have to do to prove, we'll say, to disprove the agnostic position. You only have to ask, how did all of this start? You can't do come to be, because they'll get into a horribly pretentious conversation about be and being and how being is so varied and it's just overwhelming. No, it's really kind of simple, guys. It had to start somewhere. It didn't start with the origin of the species. See my book on the, my video on the Battle of Two Books. It's quite good. Defeats the argument instantaneously. No one will ask the question. Why? I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand. The Christians don't do it either, or the Anglo-Catholics, even. I don't know why. I'm like, bro, pull out your trump card, play it, and walk away from the table. Oh, take all the money too, by the way. I don't understand why you're having these long, drawn-out conversations when you already have a trump card that wins the argument instantaneously and points them in the right direction. And I think this is the problem with even Peugeot. I never suspected this. I thought Peugeot all along had a nuanced understanding of what Peterson did. And in this conversation on Transfigured, he flat out says, this is what I like about you, John. You're bridging religious concepts using secular language. And I'm like, holy macaroni, that isn't what Peterson's doing. And that won't work. You guys are assuming they have the concepts. They don't have the concepts. You can't bridge to non-existent concepts. And the problem is, quite honestly, Christian education. Because they don't have education. They have formation, which is the correct term for what everybody's talking about, by the way. The formation gives you a bunch of axiomatic starting points and puts those concepts into your head and then ties them to specialized language or jargon, if you want to put it that way. But it puts those concepts into your head first so that you're not smart enough to question them. And because you do it in that order, you don't realize that wasn't done for these people. And so you believe they're starting from the same point you're starting from, and they're not able to be there ever, which is why they get into conversations about the nature of being. Why would that be a thing that anybody would ever have to discuss? This is almost as bad as the discussion of free will. Discussing free will is a contradiction. If free will didn't exist, you couldn't discuss it, know about it, conceive of it, think about it, talk about it. That could not happen ever. It's not that hard. It's 0% the degree of free will we have. There's a rich field for discussion. We could go on and on and on that one. I don't know why we would, but you could. And maybe some people should, because as long as they're doing that, they're not, cutting off their hands with a saw, starting a nuclear conflagration, a war in the Middle East. Like, those are the people that do that. See my video on academia, or read the blog post on my Substack. I know my Substack's hard to find. I'm trying to fix that. I just haven't gotten around to it. So that is the difference between literacy and comprehension. So my thesis is that we have flooded people with literacy and given them no comprehension in an attempt to make them all equal. And of course, we're not equal. We weren't born equal. We won't remain equal. We will never have been equal, and we will never become equal in this world. The next world, I don't know. I don't care. That's a later problem. I don't need to worry about later problems now, because I have plenty of now problems to worry about. See how easy that is? It's just real easy. This is what frustrates me. It's real easy. Everyone's making, quote, problems that never needed to be. They didn't need to exist. Problems are created entirely by you. Problems don't exist without you. All of your problems are you. Sorry. All right, let's catch up on comments. Although first, we must take some water. Just consider for a moment, please, if you would, and get the mug to remind yourself every day that you're a Muppet. Is that a parrot? It is at least a parakeet. It wants a cracker. So yes, for our purposes, it is a parrot. Captain, there's a drone on your shoulder. No. Bruce, finally watched that Jubilee JP event. I'm sorry, sir. I'm fairly sure I told you not to, though, so don't blame me this time. I know there was once I made you watch a video, and I still regret that, by the way, and I owe you a steak dinner, because that was horrible of me. Ixnon, the AI can read, right? Yeah, it can. I know a Jeremy Lefevre, and he is a millionaire. Oh, well, tell him he's my cousin. He owes me money. Father Eric, I think lots of people just cut the allegory of the cave out from its context. Even if you do that, Father, like, I have all the references in the video. Like, you can do, I did that in the video. I didn't use any, I mean, I talked about that in the video, but like, I didn't use any of that. I said, as I did in this monologue, like, no, if you don't believe me, you can take out all the Plato's references in the allegory that are in the sentences that are formed into this allegory. Like, you can do that. It still won't work, because in the context of book 7, the meaning of the allegory is clear, right? They don't read the whole thing. Yeah, well, they probably read exactly none of it. Ethan, make illiteracy great again. Yes. See? Look at that. Ixnon. Back up. Sebastian, it's so good to see you. I did see you earlier. It's lovely to have you, sir. We're talking about the flood of literacy and how it's destroyed comprehension. I don't know. Ethan, Mark, watching those videos can't be good for your health. I know. It's really not. I've been screaming at Ignacio on Discord, like, how dare you make me watch this? I'm gonna sue you. And because it's like, that has been the hardest. Forget about the Jubilee video. You gotta watch Vervaeke and Peugeot, because Vervaeke's just making basic school grade errors all over the place, and Peugeot is just sitting there doing nothing. And then every once in a while, Sam talks, and I'm like, oh my goodness. I am sure that Sam is very smart at some things. His understanding of things he would call theological, that I would call, well, kind of basic everyday life, is so lacking that we don't have a term for it in the English language, at least. No, really, like it's bad. Those words might be standard for their fields. No, they're not. No, Sebastian, no. You got to watch that. Well, no, don't watch the video. Don't go to Transfigured and watch Vervaeke and Peugeot. It's sad to hear Peugeot not push back and agree with stupid things and he's clearly not understanding what Vervaeke's saying. I mean, Vervaeke right in the beginning says, we need to make everything subject to ontology. And I'm like, and there's no big O ontology, so don't start down that road. That's ridiculous. They always do that. They describe category and then they say, no, I meant big O ontology. I'm like, yeah, but you weren't talking about big O ontology, bro. Like we all know the trick. Just cut it out. Just cut it out. You were describing categorization and certainty. And being is the thing with potential, and potential is uncertainty, among other things. It's not that hard, right? None of this is that difficult to understand. It's just that their comprehension is poor and they like to slam words together randomly and be wicked smart. Eric cites, we need to take his license or his phone. It's fine. It's fine. No, we're not driving anywhere long for a while. I think the next trip might be Ireland, in fact, for the wedding. No, it's not. Romance languages triumph on that matter. Well, we can fight with swords about that, Sebastian, if you want. But English has twice as many words as the next most wordy language. And the Germans will be pissed. We have many more words because we have compound words. And the fact that you put the word compound in front of the word word means it's not the same thing. That's why you do that in a language. All languages, by the way. You modify the word. It's no longer the word. It's the modified version of the word, which means it's lesser than the word in all cases. That's how language functions. It doesn't function any other way. So the Germans are wrong. But the Germans have been wrong about everything all the time anyway. So this is no surprise. Library propaganda runs deep. Yeah, I don't know that it's library propaganda. I think, again, we tried to elevate people at a lesser status to a higher one. And we did that through literacy, believing they would gain comprehension and that would make them more valuable in the workforce. See my academia video. It's actually quite great. Or read the blog posts. They're slightly different. Actually, I have to do another freaking Substack post. The AI pulled a trick on me. And now I'm angry at it. But I said, oh, wait a minute. Actually, this is an opportunity for subscriber-only content. So it's turned into a good thing. So I'm no longer mad at the AI. Gnosticism, yes. Well, lots of Gnosticism. Awakening to the Muppet Crisis. Oh, it's so good to see you, my friend. I miss you dearly. Literacy is less of a technical or foundational problem. The problem, yeah. Well, yeah. Literacy isn't a problem. You need basic literacy for some things. Some people need basic literacy for some things. And literacy is a great filter, by the way. Like, we've lost the filter of literacy. That is costing us everything. Because people think that just because a bunch of twits come out and can talk to Jordan Peterson on a video that they're smart because they have all these big words in their head, but they're actually dumb and they misuse the language badly and they probably can't communicate with people well. And because they can't communicate with people well, they seem either as though they have Asperger's or autism, and they have neither. But they do suffer from a loss of poetic ways of informing the world, which is in line with our definition of autism, by the way. See the Knowledge Engine video on navigating patterns. It's a really quite rather nothing. Indeed. It is really quite rather nothing. Awakening is it the media state and media culture? No, the media culture never arises without literacy. The interesting, so I saw this, Sally Joe posted this actually on the Market Wisdom Discord server, so you can check it out there. There's an interview with Carl Jung back in the 50s. It's the most fascinating thing. I had never run across it because I'm not going to research Carl Jung that heavily. The interviewer is a freaking genius, man. Like, I mean, I knew this before. Like the journalist class was actually wealthy, well-educated, bored people, which is what it should be. It wasn't a profession. right? It's one of those things that the relatives look down upon, right? Like art. Like if you were like a musician or something, like the only way you could be a musician, like up until like the 1960s, even maybe slightly later, the only way you could be a musician or a painter or a journalist, right? Uh, uh, a writer, any of these things, the only way you could do it is if you were born into money. That was the only way. Like actually the only way you went to college was if you were born into money or as I talk about my academia video, people raised money to send you, and often the churches did. Sometimes a noble family would adopt you and send you to school or give you a scholarship. Like that's the proper use of scholarship. We've lost all of that because of literacy. Because it's an interesting thing. Now I don't think you can do this anymore. I don't know. I haven't tried it lately. You could go to Southie in Boston. You get down to Southie, just hang out there, and you can tell who the smart kids were. Go watch Good Will Hunting. Aside from being the best movie that could possibly be made, this phenomena is there. If you listen closely to how he talks, he's still using Southie language and Southie words, but he's putting them together differently, and you can tell. Even if you don't know how you can tell, you can tell. That's interesting. So you know that he has not been, we'll say, educated to the level, at least not in his way of speaking, right? To the level that he is capable of. You can't tell that when everyone's got the 5-cent Harvard words at the back of their brain. It's impossible to measure that. And so what happens is media comes down. So in the early 90s, my friends who were at Boston University, most of them, some of them were at other schools, but because Boston, there's a million schools. There's MIT and Harvard and Northeastern and BU and BC, Boston College, Boston University, right? And there's Emerson and there's Bentley and there's Suffolk and there's UMass Boston and like there's like dozens of them. I don't know them all. Those are the big ones that I remember. They were telling me the people who couldn't make it in engineering went into astronomy or journalism. They were the dropouts from the real classes. And they were a little sneering about it. And granted, they were all brilliant. So fair enough. If you've got the, if you've got the intelligence and you want to sneer, go right ahead. We got no problem with that. The pronunciation. Yeah. I'm just tut indeed, Ansman. My apologies. I.e., like absence movement, which was Christian in heritage. I don't know anything about that. I still don't like the word Christian. Big media won the narrative war, and then another war happened. No, I don't think so. I don't like this war talk. If no innocent people died in a bombing, it's not a war. Like I can't abide this speech. Sorry, man. I can't do it. I don't think that's what's. You guys are giving a lot of agency to egregores. Egregores are manifestations from emergence, actually. Not all of them, but they are manifestations from emergence, not the other way around. They are not puppet masters pulling puppet strings. That's not what's happening. You need to think of these things in terms of absence. With the fall of the fourth estate, see my video on navigating patterns. A bunch of things happen into that vacuum because you have to have the functions of the fourth estate. You don't have to have the fourth estate. The fourth estate rises out of the need of something else. See my idea about the recession of the church. I gotta refine my video that I did years ago with Vanderklay on that. When the church recedes, one of the things that recedes with the church. Now, does the church recede because of the Protestant Reformation or other reasons? We're not talking about that today. That's a long conversation. You now need the fourth estate. Fair enough. Maybe you can have a fourth estate and everything's fine. I don't know the answer to that. I don't think anyone alive could possibly ever evaluate such a thing. And if somebody does, please do something to end them so they don't do that anymore, because this is ridiculous to think that you can understand something at a time frame like that when you're in the middle of it. When the fourth estate falls, the internet comes rushing in. The internet is still in the process of forming the sorts of structures that can take the place of the fourth estate. That's why Tim Pool has a network. That's why Lotus Eaters exists. That's why you have the rise of the Daily Wire. They are rushing into the vacuum of the fourth estate. That's what's happening. No one tried that. It wasn't a war. There were no battles, right? There's a bunch of experiments like the United States that are happening and failing. They're not planned or deliberate. No one's masterminding these things. People are trying stuff. Sometimes people are noticing patterns and getting involved, but strangely, many don't understand that culture is mostly upheld by men. Well, no, everything is upheld by men. We create the safe space for the women to give birth. It's exactly that simple. It sounds, banal and boring and simplistic, but also, Sally Joe, take my self-importance, moral standards based on me position. Oh my goodness, Sally. Yeah, you wouldn't imagine how much of that is in Vervaeke nowadays. Didn't used to be that way. He was a wonderful teacher. I don't know what happened. And so my mother used to do such a thing, observing passersby. Man, when people do that, my other buddy goes to the bar with me, right? Like, I mean, we were going for trivia or something, because I don't drink. So what am I doing at a bar? I actually like going to the bar once in a while, especially there's jazz music. I like jazz. Live jazz is great. And he just like looks around the room like this, and then he just starts telling me this person's here for that, and that person's here for that, and I'm just like, dude, I have to believe you because I don't know what you're talking about. I totally believe that what you're saying is 100% correct. I just can't validate it. I don't. Yeah. Sally Joe. Now there's a further point in Northwest South Dakota. That's reason. No, there isn't. It's a lie. Ixnon. If you ask how this came to be, they'll question being. Exactly. These people question everything. They question. That's their whole key. They're just rebelling against any certainty at all because they can't have certainty. Because if there's certainty, then they have to shut up and they have nothing to talk about anymore. And now they're not relevant because all of their value is wrapped up in their idea of knowledge, which is propositional. And so John Vervaeke talks about the propositional tyranny. I wonder where that comes from, John. It comes from you. It comes from you and your scientific disciplines. That's where the propositional tyranny comes from. It doesn't exist without that. Ugh, it drives me nuts. Anselman, equality of access to God is what matters. We all have that. Like it doesn't matter. Ixnon, also Infowars. Yes, pub is greater than bar. That is 100% correct, sir. The pub is greater than the bar. Pub culture is dying, unfortunately. So look, if you would like to join the stream, you may do so. Just jump in at this link. Try to keep it to this literacy comprehension topic if we can. Although I'm not past, engaging in a little straying. I'm utterly shocked that the AIs can't stick to definitions and use these tricks. I mean, I should have seen it, but I just really wasn't paying attention because I'm using the AIs properly and not for this nonsense. Because I would never. What the AI did was, so I was doing the Substack post, and the AI. Well, I was doing the video, and I asked Gemini. I'm like on a whim. I'm like, Gemini, what can I do to boost the reach for my academia video? Because it's such a good idea. And Gemini's like, you should write a blog post. And I'm like, oh yeah, probably. I said, give me an outline for the blog post based on my video. So it gave me a nice little outline. I'm like, yeah, it's not bad. And I modified it. But I put story in the front about how all this came to be so that I could highlight the pattern and all that, right? I want to do that in Substack. And then I was dealing with Claude on the resulting document because Gemini has its limitations. And Claude was like, dude, this story's rambling. And I'm like, yeah, meh, meh. And I was really rushing to get it out, which is totally my fault, but like I was rushing to get it out. So I was like, I don't want to argue with you. I'm just gonna make some of these changes that you see. I don't let AI do my writing. Like that's off the table. AI is not AI can't write better than I can't even come close. Um, I understand some people can't notice the difference between AI and human writing, and I just chuckle because I can. Like, I'm sorry, you don't have that skill. Your comprehension is poor. I don't know what else to say. I just different people have different skills, man. Um, the AI, when I asked it for a final copy to go to Substack and how to embed the video and all that nonsense, because it had to put tags in and all this. So the only editing it did was add that space. It also stripped out my story, and I'm like, "You bastard!" But I didn't have time to argue, so I said, "All right, well, we'll." But then I was like, "Oh no, no, this is a good writing experiment." So it turned out to be a good thing. But yeah, it was disappointing. We'll say in the beginning I was quite disappointed. Oh, I can see that although we are attached to Rumble, Rumble does not send comments, or at least StreamYard does not send comments to Rumble. Lovely. I got the Rumble attachment working. It was a lot of work. Man, none of these systems. We had a 4.5 hour internet outage on multiple services yesterday. Uh, yeah, and now we've got war with Israel today. It's fantastic. Tel Aviv is being bombed. Everything's great. I'm not surprised. Things are gonna get a lot worse, by the way, so if you're thinking like, "Oh, yay, final," nope, not even close. Wait till you see what's next. Yeah, it's things are not gonna get better. Things are going to get significantly worse, but that's okay. I think as long as we can, as the United States, stay the hell out of it, it won't be worse for us, and it'll be over with quicker. But given our track record, I'm not sure that that's on the table. I'm not sure. I mean, I hope it is, but I've got I've got my doubts. I've got my doubts about that. And I gotta take all kinds of goo all over my shoulder now from Polly. Damn it, Polly. Why'd you make a mess? You know, parrots are like that. We'll get Polly straightened out, don't worry. Just kind of last minute. Again, my fault, my fault. It's been a busy time recovering from the trip was long. It's 3 weeks away from home. So 3 weeks is a long time to be away from home. Ixnon birds are messy. Yeah, my mother had parrots for years, and was part of how they were able to steal her estate from me. So yeah, it's great. Every day or so, I remember something that I don't have and should. It's fantastic. It's a wonderful life. It really is. Um, yeah, her parrots. Ugh, so much work. You do not want parrots, man. Oh my goodness, what a lot of work. Parrots need to be fed multiple times per day. They chew through toys, make a huge mess. The cages need to be cleaned every day. They need big cages. They talk back, actually. They're quite intelligent, most of them. She had Solomon Island eclectus parrots. Um, Possibly getting into the country legally because her brother was that type of person. They're originally his parrots, but we didn't ask any questions. We just took the parrots, and they were kind of fun. She ended up with like 3 parrots. The other one was an African gray. He was clever. He was a lot more interactive sometimes. Um, but yeah, parrots are a lot of work. I don't recommend Birds. Birds are a lot of work. Birds are a lot of work, and especially those parrots, because parrots don't have like they're not good around here. You can't just let them out. A, they'll get lost. B, they'll get eaten. So it's not. You can't just let your parrots kind of fly around. And some kinds of birds you can, and those birds were like okay. Mom would let them fly around the house occasionally, but they didn't do much flying. Even when they could, they were kind of lazy. She had lazy parrots, but yeah, a lot of expense too. Like parrots are a rich person's game at the end of the day. You're not doing parrots if you're poor. Ixnay. Dr. Doodle's parrot was an African gray. African grays are possibly the smartest or second smartest parrots out there in terms of language. They did a lot of research and they found out no, parrots understand way more than scientists thought was possible. And so, right, which is a problem for them because they keep having to rewrite the consciousness book. And I'm like, why don't you guys just admit you don't know anything about consciousness? You stole this term because you don't like the word soul and it's problematic for you. And you're trying to co-locate all of being inside a small part of the brain so that you can declare dominion over it and understanding of it, when in fact that's never going to happen. Because that's all this consciousness nonsense is. So every time they find out, oh, border collies can remember 1,000 words, they go, oh no, we have to rewrite the consciousness book. And what does this mean for human intelligence? And it's like, if you didn't create the problem in the first place, you wouldn't need to solve it now. And since you suck at solving simple problems, you keep having to solve it over and over again. I know, get out of that game and get into a better game where your tools work, because they don't work with being and they don't work with soul. And renaming them is not going to help you fix the problem. You need to just stop doing it. We've already solved that problem. I know you don't like the solution, but that's because you're stupid and rebellious and you suck. It's not because the problem doesn't exist anymore, because we solved it. That's for sure. It's like unbelievable. That's all the Jubilee guys. I wanted to smack all of them and just say we have a solution, except the woman. She was actually quite good. What she was out of her depth for sure, but she was responding as though she was out of her depth. The other ones were like, "No, I'm right, and we win." It's like, you guys are morons. You're not even right. You're not even communicating correctly, and you don't even know it. You think you're communicating correctly because you smashed a few words together that you're too stupid to know don't belong together. Good job. Well done. Unbelievable. That conversation was unbelievable to me. Like, really, the contrast between Greg in Jubilee and Greg on PVK's channel, that blew my mind. I'm like, well, no wonder why everyone's confused. That was a stark contrast. Like, I thought he was a relatively intelligent person, and on Jubilee, I'm like, dude, you're a retard. You're a moron. What's wrong with you? Why are you talking like this? You evaluated Peterson better than PVK ever did after years of trying, and you did it on a flight to and from Japan better than he can. And then and told a bunch of, like, he told an anecdotal story that demonstrated his point and everything else. Like, brilliant job. And then he gets in this format and he's terrible. He couldn't even participate in a debate, but if he could, he'd get shredded. So let me just tell you how debates work. So everybody's supposed to know the topics that each side, right? You're supposed to prep for weeks beforehand. The audience walks in and is polled on their belief on the topic, A or B, basically. It's an A and B setup on purpose. And then they're polled afterwards to see if you move the person. In other words, the purpose of the debate is to measure the rhetorical skills of the people involved. That's what the purpose of debate is. Right. If you're doing anything else other than measuring the rhetorical skills of the people involved, you're not doing a debate. You're doing something else. You need a different name. How about being a jerk and starting fights? Because that's what Jubilee was. Being a jerk and causing uh, a bunch of unnecessary verbal battles with witless people. How's that? That's what they were doing. Sally Joe, individual soul makes scientists uncomfortable. Yeah, well, collective unconscious is us all soul sharing and scientists just kicking that right into the cellar under the basement. Yeah, well, that's well said, Sally. Ixnon, you say non sequitur. I say cabbage rhinoplasty. See, sometimes I try to do things and I actually can't because my comprehension is so high that I'm like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. So what I rely on, pretty heavily actually, is I use perfectly comprehensible first order logic in an inappropriate way to confuse people. So like Sarah was saying something like, "Oh, this, we can't move this plant until fall." And I'm like, "I don't know why you're telling me this. Like, I'm not a plantologist. I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm also not a seasonologist. I don't, right? Just to be funny. Like, I don't if you tell me that's true, I will believe you. Tell me what I need to do, I'll do it. I don't need an explanation. It's not going to help me. You, no touch till fall. Og, no touch till fall. That's it. That's bang. Anything else is too much. And then just feed me once in a while. Everything will be fine. Sally Joe, now I want coleslaw. Oh, we had coleslaw. It was delicious coleslaw too. It was quite good. Um, no debates, only conversations. Yeah, well, people talking is about the dumbest thing ever. I don't recommend talking to, with, for others. It's just horrible. It's just we're trapped in this world where that's it. It was funny. I was talking to a buddy of mine. He's a bit of an idiot himself. Um, and explaining to him, no. If you market things on the internet, you have to use a completely different strategy because internet is high reach, right? Unlike a local newspaper, which is a very limited reach, right? It's a low reach item. And so your targeting tactics have to change completely. That's why when you hear, if you've heard sales funnels work well on the internet because they're high reach. And it's very cheap to reach a lot of people on the internet. If you wanted to reach that many people in a newspaper, which could be prohibitively expensive. But you can do it on the internet, and it's ridiculous. It's actually a really good deal. Like internet advertising is a super good deal. It's just most people use it with a bad marketing paradigm because they don't understand the difference between huge audience and what to do to get the interested ones, weed them out, filter them out, get the interested ones more interested, and the less interested ones get rid of them quickly. Right, because then you're spending less money. As you get rid of more people, you're spending less money. But if you can do that, then, you can make a lot of money because you can reach a lot of people and find very high margin people out of a very big pool, which is what you need to do, right? Unless you're, bespoke. Uh, but there's even funnel strategies for that. But you have to understand all this stuff. I mean, people don't, because they don't comprehend what's happened around them. They don't notice the change, right? And so this guy's been using the old newspaper model, and I'm like, bro, the internet's not a newspaper. Google's not a newspaper. It doesn't work that way. It's not local. You have to change your whole entire advertising strategy because your advertising mechanism has changed. That's not medium is the message, by the way. Or maybe that's what McLuhan was pointing to, and whatever. That's a banal and uninteresting point. But it's important to know what has changed and how. And the only way you can know that is through contrast and having had comprehension. Like if you don't have comprehension of the new thing and the old thing, you can't tell it's changed. And most people have no comprehension at all, and that's okay. If they just follow the formula, they'll be fine. That's why sales funnels as formulas work fine. You just follow the formula, everything works. And that is true. I've seen people use sales funnels who are stupid, and they make more sales. But that's because it's been placed in a procedure. And then, of course, the procedure is the thing that tyrannizes everybody else. Oh, man, I get the same 5 ads. Those are proceduralized sales funnels. Not in all cases, but in almost all cases. Right. So the tyranny of procedures and propositions is upon us, not just the propositional tyranny. Let's see how many months it takes for people to start talking about that. Uh, Also, noticed a little bit of that going on in the Peugeot for Vicky conversation. I don't look, if you're going to take up something that like somebody else came up with, that's fine. But if you don't do it well, you're just going to look stupid and piss the other person off at the same time. Oh my goodness. And that's the problem. I mean, it's interesting, right? So right now we're stuck in this world where you've got debates and you've got conversations. And conversations are for the winsome folks, right? For the kindness and the hippie Jesus guys. And debates are for the people that want to win. And a debate is not for winning. And so it's like, and it's not that you don't quote win a debate, but the purpose of the debate again is to measure the rhetorical skills. And the way they determine if you've won is if your rhetorical skills are sufficient to move somebody in a direction. Also, if you actually look at formal debates, there isn't a right answer in a debate. Of course, there shouldn't be, because they're there to measure rhetorical skills and not give you answers, much like science, not there to give you answers. Science does not give you answers. That is not the purpose of it. It is not a device for finding, telling, or conveying truth. It never was. It never will be. It never will have been. If that's what you're seeking, you're a moron. How's that? Being doesn't have answers. It doesn't have certitude. It is the act of existing as a creature with agency within a creation. It's that simple. Sally Joe. Complexity collapse in the literacy in verbal communication, because recording it is publishing it. Yeah, well, there's a lot of collapse. I mean, everything's flat now. Everything's flattened to propositions and procedures. And look, I mean, my specialty was automation, right? Like computer automation. I'm really good at it too. But you have to be good at developing procedures, which I'm also really good at. And I made a lot of money doing it. But those days are over. Like computer industry has completely collapsed. So no word of a lie, my buddy messages the group messenger, and he says, we're actually having an argument with a junior engineer about removing the timestamps from the log files because he thinks it's a good idea. And it's like, what? How could you get somebody in the computer industry in any capacity who believes removing timestamps from log files is a good idea? Man, we have lowered the standards for giving people like accreditation in computers to such a degree that they can do nothing but destroy the automated systems. And like I said, we had like a 4-hour internet outage yesterday, and who knows what caused that? Maybe we'll never know. It might be indeterminable or something. I don't know. But yeah, I can see why, if you've got engineers who are having arguments with senior engineers, like the hubris. No, you senior engineers have been doing it wrong the whole time. My 3 whole years of experience has caused me to deduce that you don't need timestamps on log files. Like, what are you going to do with the log file without timestamps, you idiot? Like, seriously. Like, and I'm supposed to work in an industry like that. These people ask me technical questions. They don't even have the right answer to the technical question. I can't deal with that. I can't even deal with that. I'd go nuts. Oh, the number of people. I got into an argument on a Bitcoin forum, and I'm just like, bro, the number of transactions per second that MasterCard alone, just MasterCard does, dwarfs the Bitcoin network's entire capacity by 2 or 3, I think it's 3 orders of magnitude. And he was like, no, it doesn't. And I'm like, how am I supposed to talk to you? I don't understand. Go look it up. It's online, right? People can't even look things up. You have the sum total of human knowledge in your hand and you don't even use it. And you wonder, like, what's wrong with the world? People are so incompetent, they can't even type in their phone, how many transactions per minute does MasterCard do? And how many transactions per minute does Bitcoin do? And figure out that those numbers aren't the same and they aren't close. Can't even do that. What's wrong with the world? I don't know. Let me puzzle this out. This is going to take some real thought. Let me find some really long, multisyllabic, philosophical sounding words to throw at you, and we'll puzzle this through. I know, we'll do it debate style. Why? Why am I living through this nonsense? What did I do? It has to be reincarnation. I have to have been a horrible person in a previous life to be forced to go through this. And it's all because we've overeducated people who really aren't at that level. And we can't tell the difference because everyone's got big words. They've all got the same 4 big words. Ixnay, the internet was out for weeks last year in the town my parents live in because the longliners snagged the fiber optic cable. Yeah. Well, this was worse. There was I don't know how many outages there were, but apparently there was an IAM Internet Access Manager outage with Google, and there may or may not have been a separate outage with Cloudflare. Now, Cloudflare runs a lot of the DNS entries for the internet now, and Google IAM is the thing that logs you in under your Google account to other services, and so. I was getting an argument with my buddy. He's like, that's so they can spy on you. I'm like, no, they don't need that to spy on you. That doesn't help them spy on you at all, actually. It really doesn't. It like legitimately doesn't help them. It's just a free service that they offer to other businesses to make other businesses flourish. Like actually. So like no, because they can't spy on you with that. They just put cookies on your browser and that's how they spy. It's not that hard. I'm sorry. It's it's a good trade. Like you should give them your data because your data is worth like 2 cents. And the reason why it's worth more to them is because they have lots of it. That's it. That's the only reason. You could tell them like, I want to get paid every time you get paid. You'd make no money. You'd be embarrassed. Like they couldn't send you a check but once every 5 years. Like because the cost of the check would be more than the money they were sending you. But when you have 2 billion accounts or a half a billion accounts, well, then it's worth it, right? And actually they aggregate it and they massage the data and they sell it in pools. And it's the value they add to the data they've collected that they're selling. And that actually is valuable, but you can't do that because you only have access to your data. And people that just don't understand it's an asymmetrical relationship because nobody understands asymmetrical relationships because we're living in this stupid freaking equality doctrine world where everybody thinks, well, if Google does it, I can do it. And it's like, no, not true. Not true. And actually, the Brave browser for quite a few years now has been giving you BAT, which is a token for your advertised watching time. And I think I have $10 in BAT after all these years. So, which is, you take that $10 in BAT, you transfer it into another token and hope that token, 10x's or 1000x's or whatever. And, maybe you make some money out of it. But like that's the strategy. There's no other strategy. There's no alternative strategy. And we're just living in this weird world with people have access to all these terms and they don't understand how to use them or how the proper implementation of them looks and what the implication is of using them. And then they say things like social justice. And I just don't Like, there's no such thing as social justice, guys. Like, that's a nonsensical use of terminology in the language. Society doesn't exist without justice, and justice doesn't make any sense out of a specific society. Like, the justice here and the justice in the Middle East are implemented differently, but they're both justice. Don't believe me? Read Plato's Republic. No, don't. Read it with the book club on the Texas Wisdom Community YouTube channel with all of us. If you must read that book at all, do not read it alone. You will not understand it. I guarantee you that. Best decision I ever made in my life. Don't read Plato's Republic alone, and don't read it when you're young, because every day since, anger, nothing but blind rage and anger. People just, man, and then they just tell people to read the classics, and I'm like, oh no, please no, don't read the classics. You're an idiot. You'll just get dumber, and then you'll like use Canterbury Tales to justify your stupid position. Don't believe me? Read Karl Marx. He did, like, used a bunch of big words to justify an obviously incorrect position by stating a bunch of lies. The good news, people have been saying other people are just lying. I'm like, finally, don't argue with liars. Just say that's a lie and move on with your life. And people will get the message. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, they're just lying. Oh, okay. That makes it easy. I don't have to get in debate with them and try to convince them of anything. I can just say that's a lie and move on. I don't have to have a discussion about, the nature of logic and how I proved with logic that your statement's incorrect. Castle.
Hey.
Long time no see, but last time it was in person.
It was a fun time.
It was great. You are an insane person. Castle, like when we were in Pennsylvania, like, aside from the fact that I don't think he owns like a horse and a royal carriage, it might as well have been. Like, seriously, even though what is it, a Scion or something? Quite comfortable. I get in the back of the Scion. There's like a cooler with drinks and 3 umbrellas because there's 3 of us, right? And like everything's there. I'm like, what is this? This is crazy. This is insane. And you're just drinking. I'm being driven around. I'm like, it's good to be king. It's good to be king. It was a fantastic time, sir. Thank you.
I'm so glad you enjoyed it. I mean, hospitality is just so important. Like, and it's such a pleasure to be able to be hospitable. And it's just, the most annoying thing for me is that people just are not my guests. And like, people just don't take advantage of some of the stuff. But yeah, it was a really fun time. I had a wonderful time as well. And we'll have to do it again one of these days.
Ixanon thinks you own a Cylon. No, a Scion. It's a type of car. It's not some sci-fi nightmare from hell that's trying to kill you because scientists don't know what consciousness is. Yeah. Also, I forgot to point this out. So I've been rewatching Babylon 5. And J. Michael Straczynski, who created Babylon 5, I was there back in the day. He was the guy who started the trend of being online and using fan feedback and stuff. But he was on the early internet before the web, or in the early days of the web. He's on like Usenet news groups and stuff. Very different world, very different filter, right? You flood the people with, you flood the internet with people. It's no longer a good filter. You try to make a movie, you get snakes on a plane. Right? Or you try to make a TV show, you get lost. Oh God, what a catastrophe. These are sort of post Straczynski attempts at following his model after the flood. He also wrote a bunch of He-Man and She-Ra and what is the other one? Jason the something, I forget. But he wrote a bunch of those cartoons. But if you watch Babylon 5, it's very, very almost theological, but mostly, quote, philosophical, if you like that term. It's so funny too, because he's an avowed atheist. So it's just fun. But he grew up Catholic, and you can totally tell. It's hysterical.
I was thinking about that with Tom Cruise recently with like the Mission Impossible movies. Like if you rewatch those movies with the frame in mind that he was going to seminary, like discerning priesthood at a time, and then you see all the Mission Impossible movies, and it's just like, yeah, like you can see it.
Point me at a scene out of one of them that would indicate this, because I
There's a ton of stuff that's like, because generally, I mean, like most movie media has just been becoming like more and more satanic for the last few decades, like overtly. But
right.
but he has like a lot of like religious reverence, and there's a lot of stuff of like him going to religious places like basilicas and even the
Oh,
Vatican and stuff. And it's
I
like
got it.
he even
I got
impersonates a priest at one point. Like he's
That's right.
actually
That's right.
wearing, and it's like he's in disguise, right? But like everything
Right.
is still not irreverent, like actually ever. And then you have the
Right.
recent movies. I haven't seen this last one, but there's a lot of religious references that are made that are not like degrading or profane. And there's a lot of imagery, like, you know, it's like, oh, you know, the nuclear key is, you know, you got to get like the twin cruciform keys, and then there's an AI that's being run by this like antichrist guy that is worshiping it, and Tom Cruise has to be the guy to save the day. And it's like, it's a little twisted, but there's still a lot of the imagery is all right there, and it's like, yeah, you can't get away from it.
No, I see it now. You're right. Yeah, I didn't, when you said it, I'm like, wait, what? And I'm, doing the memory search. I'm like, nope, pattern's not there. But now I got it. I will rewatch it though. That's interesting. Well, those are good movies anyway. They're a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, they're really good. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Babylon 5 episode we watched, I think is 3 or 4. I think it's episode 3 of season 3. We're in the very beginning of season 3. The guy is part of this religious order that has come to the station, and they're trying to discover all the names of God. And I'm like, there's the Western Buddhism. And he turns out he was a mind wipe victim because he was a serial killer, or he had killed somebody. So he got mind wiped. But his big question was, I mean, they're like, they're talking like this in the show, right? Like, my only question was, Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, he didn't have to stay. He could have delayed for a couple of days. And I always wondered if I would have the strength to do that. That's the theme of the episode. So in the end, he is in fact put up on a cross and dies there. And then his final, statement to the head of the order is, I finally figured out the answer. I would stay. I did it. I passed my own test, sort of thing. And I'm just like, that is so interesting. What an interesting thing. And then Sarah's like, oh, you can tell he was Catholic because, of course, he did the crucifixion thing. A Protestant would never do that. And I'm like, that a girl, Sarah. Now she's seeing it all over the place. I'm like, yep. Because she's Catholic. So she's like, oh no, I see the Protestants everywhere now. I'm like, yeah, once it's pointed out. She went her whole life, never understood. Now she's like, oh, I can totally see this.
Yeah. It's been weird, this sort of thing. I only caught like the tail end of what you're talking about. I got actually roped into an interesting situation when I thought I was going to be heading home today. But I'll mention it after. But this thing of people having access to a huge amount of information and then just not doing the research. I mean, that's a theme that's been coming up for me a lot. I mean, especially the last 6 months, but like more intensely the last 3 weeks of just being more and more aware of the sheer fact that, to your point, like you have access to nearly all of, I mean, whatever was digitized, right? I mean, I'm sure there's some really decent stuff that's still just in a written book, like handwritten book somewhere that we're missing out on. But interestingly, there's a ton of stuff that's come onto my radar like the last 2 or 3 months that is all stuff that was in that category of like handwritten, just a book, and then just became digitized and available within the last like 10 years. And there's like a lot of really good stuff that's there. And it's just like, oh man, now there's some other stuff as well that I'm like, I've seen people have all kinds of debates, and it gets all, I mean, if you could call them that, they're not moderated or anything like that. And these people are all arguing over this stuff. And it's like, it took me 5 minutes to find 2 English translations and the original Greek of what this guy was talking about. And I have all the tools available to me to even myself translate the Greek, not as well as a native
Right.
Greek. I can do
Right.
it slower and more proximally, because now I have to go and sort of circumambulate the word by finding the 12 billion definitions that the Greek word could possibly have by context, and then try to aggregate that. But even still, like, if I have a certain question of like, oh, these 2 English translations have a little incongruity here, let me delve into that one word. I could spend the 30 minutes to delve into that word and then come to the conclusion. And it's like, yeah, I had that recently, and it's like, this was not ultimately that hard. Like, you know, it didn't take having any sort of specialized training or anything like that to do
Right.
it. And yet people are like really having a hard time doing this stuff. And I'm just kind of, you know, the reason is clear to me that they're just not putting in the work. And it's not even that much.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't think they know how,
to
be fair. Ixnon, yeah, the personality reset episode, I mean the mind wide episode, but man, you can't do it justice about that, right? Like, that episode is deep, man. And that's the thing. Like, I think, you know, the more I think back on it, it's like a lot of the philosophy that I have, such as it is, although I don't like calling it philosophy, comes from good sci-fi. Like, that's where it all comes from. Because that's what they're doing. They're doing the equivalent of ancient Greek philosophy in sci-fi. It's what it is, effectively. It's the same thing. And the fact that people don't know that is interesting. I was on Clubhouse. A woman, I think she's a professor, Hollis Robbins, used to run this room on Clubhouse. And it was a sci-fi room. And so I regularly made the point, no, our sci-fi is actually ancient Greek philosophy. She loved that point. She loved it. I still interact with her somewhat on Twitter now that Clubhouse is basically dead. But I'd love to go through and like find all the philosophical clips from these shows, particularly Bab 5, Andromeda, and Blake 7, and just put them up, because like some of them are like way deeper than anything these science morons are talking about. It's like it just really highlights, you know, some writer with a bad history, who had a bad childhood, understands these things way better than you and your stupid PhD buddies. So, Sally Joe, you can't discern where to reply yourself. It's crippling nature of boundless opportunity. Yeah, well, Sally, deciding what not to involve yourself in is essential and really hard. Yeah, well, let me ask you this question, Sally. Did people flood onto the internet, or did the internet flood people? Dun, dun, dun. See, now that's a good question of reciprocation. It's not very true, Sally. Yeah. The thing we haven't trained people on, and I think Vervaeke kind of gets at this, is relevance realization. It's like, what's most important in the world? Well, that's a good question. Well, you need comprehension to determine these sorts of things. That's the problem. You need comprehension in order to determine what's relevant and what's not. And that's, to some extent, what navigating patterns is all about, right? Helping you to get the discernment needed to do the relevance realization calculation.
It's an interesting thing about comprehension, too. This is something that came up as I was just kind of like pondering a couple days ago. There's this thing of, because a point was brought up to me. It was something like that it's better to understand the things that are beneath you than it is to like love them or like put all of your attention on them. Right. Whereas if you have things that are much greater or above you, it's better to just give your attention to them and not try to completely understand, or rather you can stand under them, right, and understand them, but trying to comprehend something is more like kind of encompass it. And so you can take a little piece, and like similar practicality helps a lot with this, where it's like, okay, I can find a small piece that I can actually ingest, and then I can comprehend that. And that's enough for me to comprehend that I can now interact with this thing at my particular layer. So if it's like an organization or something like that you're in, it's like I don't need to know the ins and outs of the mailroom, and then also finance, and then also the sales team, and like all of these other things. It's like, no, I just need to understand, the mission statement of the company. Maybe that might be like a little bite-sized version of the company I can comprehend, and then just apply that to my station within that.
Yeah, you need to know your relationship to those things, but you don't need to know anything more.
Right.
And in the conversation that I was referencing with Vervaeke and Peugeot and Sam Tiedemann, they were getting lost in it's all relation. And it was like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, no. But they can't go to 3. And in order to do relation, you need 3. Right? You need 2 endpoints and the relation, which is the middle. They can't. John can't drag himself back to the Trinity no matter what. So anything that involves 3, he's out. Nope, I'm out. I'm going back to my dualism, and I'm going to say, well, I don't mean to be a dualist, but let me list these 2 things and call them a dichotomy. All dichotomies are dualisms. I don't know what else to tell you about how words work in the English language, but also...
It's sad too, because it isn't a new problem, right? I mean, that's like you. Right. This was a major issue with a lot of like the bad Greek philosophy, like the stuff post Plato and Aristotle. Like there was a lot of these guys, and like they kind of really pushed this not being able to count to 3 thing, and that's like you can trace a significant amount of problems back to that,
right.
Like well over 1,000 years ago. And it's really too bad.
Yeah, it's all craziness, and it's all the same hubris. Like, oh, we want to be able to understand the world with this level of certainty, and so what we're going to do is, and it's like, why don't you not do that and save everybody the trouble of creating problems that didn't need to exist? I mean, for Vervaeke in this talk, I'm a little more than halfway through it now. He comes right out and says, well, the problem is that Immanuel Kant said, and I'm like, then don't listen to Immanuel Kant, and then the problem doesn't happen, and now you don't have to solve it. Why is this a difficult formula for people to follow? I don't know. I don't know. Sally Joe, the internet definitely brought the urban to the rural. Yeah, it sure. And the urbanites are still mad, still all mad we can type. Well, that's true. Ixnon, it's okay, Mark. You can get out of the dichotomy by reducing it to 1. Yeah, well, that was the insight that I got listening to Jordan Hall and Peugeot and Vervaeke talk. I was like, oh my goodness, this is exactly what's wrong. He's rejected 3. He won't go to 4. So he's stuck with 2 or 1, but 2 reduces to 0, just like 1 does. So that's why he's talking about the 1 all the time. And it's like, will you shut up about the 1 already? He's trying to hold on to his individualism and deny it at the same time. Oh yeah, that was the other thing. Oh my God, this video is so full of errors. He was describing individualism and called it objectivism. Like he was actually saying, you can't know if, your senses are outside of you or part of your imagination. And I'm like, no kidding, genius. Did you come up with that by yourself? What do you... Were you never 4? Like, I don't understand why you would make that statement. Like, of course not, moron. Like, how stupid do you have to be to point that out to people? Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody knows that reality is the thing that's outside of you, and therefore you can't know reality for yourself. Why is this a difficult concept? I don't understand. But then he calls it objectivism, and I'm like, that's almost the opposite of objectivism. Something that is right, because they don't use the word independent. Although, to be fair, John occasionally does. He just doesn't like things that you're describing as objective are independent of you. And he's actually used a formula very similar to that in the past, but he doesn't use it consistently. So he doesn't even see that he's doing it. And I'm like, John, please, why do you have a PhD? Like, what is wrong with your brain that you can't puzzle this out? This isn't even hard. Every child figures this out pretty quickly, and you like can't deal with it because you got sciencey language in the way or something. I don't understand. I don't understand.
That's something that really kind of pushed me away from. I mean, even within like the religious sphere, like a lot of the popular speakers, I don't like reject them as human beings outright, but I just don't have time for the stuff that they talk about because I see these guys will often bring up that you can tell that they spent a lot of time studying stuff, so they want to draw from that wellspring of information that they have,
Right.
rather than
Right.
completely cut it off and just say like, oh, you know what, that was kind of like a rocket stage, and we can just
Yep.
drop that now. Like we don't need it; it's dead weight. It got me
Right.
to a certain point, and that's fine. Replace it with better stuff, or
Right.
maybe don't even bother replacing it. Just foster the stuff we have, and then just do that. And I see that all the time where I'm like, I can't. I just can't intake it anymore. Like I wound up having to drop a lot of people, even on my YouTube subscriptions and stuff, because I was like, no, they're mentioning a bunch of people that are, you know, self-proclaimed philosophers, or they're mentioning a bunch of stuff that is like, you know, pop sci and that type of thing. And it's like, no, sorry, like if you can really delve into that. I get that there's people that buy into that, and there's a certain audience where you can kind of on-ramp them or whatever, but it's just like there's a certain point where you have to kind of let that go. And and maybe that's that person's like layer of, you know, like mediation, and like it just makes sense, like that's part of the work that they're doing. But I know you've used the line before of like the actual Buddhist mentality is like if you run into the Buddha on the road, you run him over and keep going.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it's kind of that where it's like there comes a certain point where it's like, and that's the other thing too. Like, there's nothing wrong with 7th grade teachers, but when you're done with 7th grade, like you don't need to go
Exactly.
back. Like that's just
well said.
so.
Well said.
So for that
and
reason, that's why like I don't dislike these guys. It's just that I'm not in that class
Right.
anymore.
Well, and they think you can graduate people through the system, right?
Mhm.
And the problem is, you know, as much as I like Peterson, he's sitting there at once saying, well, yeah, you know, the original education system was designed to train people for factories, which again, all right, dude, but you know what? You didn't live in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So while that was true there, you didn't live there. So that was never true in the US. I'm sorry. Now, is it a fair point to say a bunch of people copied Otto von Bismarck's wonderful ideas? Because some of his ideas were wonderful. Also, he destroyed the world. So video coming soon with Adam. Yes. I've always wanted to do that video anyway. So now's our chance. Hopefully we'll get it done before he gets married. Although at the rate we go, probably not. So we might have to do it in Ireland. We'll see. That would be fun. We did copy some of that, but some of his stuff is useful. But like that is a European attitude towards education, not an American one. And we just read too many Charles Dickens novels and thought he was writing about the US, when in fact the US did none of those things. None. Zero. And it's not that those things don't happen, right? But the degree to which they happened in England in particular, or in France in particular, right, is off the charts compared to the bad stuff that happened here. You know, they talk about like, oh, the mistreatment of the natives. And I'm like, bro, let's not get started. Okay. Like, well, it's been coming up a lot too with slavery, right? Everyone's like, yeah, the US was 1% of the slave trade though, guys. So can we maybe focus on the 99 in this case and not the 1? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there, right? Or maybe just shut down the Libyan slave market that got reopened as a result of evil people that we still aren't calling evil and jailing immediately, even though we really need to do that. Do you hear me, Trump? Do you hear me? Lock her up. Anyway, Getting back to the live stream. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, there was some copying, but we never had the Otto von Bismarck schools. Like, we didn't have the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Prussian Empire schools. We didn't have them here. That didn't happen, right? And to the extent that it did, right? I mean, it's nothing compared to. Let me introduce you to the continent of Europe, my friends, where everything you think is bad in the U.S. was a billion times worse there with fewer people because all the countries are tiny.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just it drives me nuts. It drives me completely nuts. I'm like, no one knows any history at all. Like, we might as well pretend like no one's been trained in any kind of history.
Yeah. And that's another thing to, well, I mean, I think I probably already made this point, but I think on the history line of reasoning, like, it used to be very difficult to get access to certain volumes of history and you know, get different perspectives on particular things. But again, now, like, you really do have access to so much that there's almost, oh, nice. Yeah, you gotta like attach it to the
fell
IPs
asleep
or
on
something.
my shoulder. She fell
Oh.
asleep on my shoulder. So
Nice.
she just couldn't stay awake, Castle. We've got to build her up. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah,
She was there in the beginning, though. She was there in the beginning.
Gotta get her sea legs.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. It's so ridiculous.
It's your fault, so yes.
Yeah, well, of course it is.
Santa bag and all.
Oh my gosh. That Santa bag is gonna have to be like a recurring thing. You know, I just found out about piñata grams. So have you heard of this?
What?
Piñata grams. So you know how people send like cookie grams or whatever? Like, you can actually just flat out send somebody a piñata, like, wherever. And yeah,
That should be illegal.
Well, it's for now. It's not, and I'm on the loose.
It should be illegal simply because you exist, and that is something you will do.
Yeah, I'm
gonna that alone justifies its illegality in the world.
Yeah, I'm gonna go broke investing into piñata gram futures. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. I have it bookmarked. I'm totally gonna do that to someone. But it's cheap too. It's only like $20 or $30. I'll have to send you like a parrot piñata.
Parrot yada.
Yeah, the piñata. And but yeah, this whole thing with the history stuff. I was thinking about this. I was like, gosh, you know, there's all these people that used to have, especially like big feuds and stuff like that. You know, these countries that would have these huge disagreements and everything. And then it starts to come out where it's just like, oh, it actually wasn't really the information, was it? Like, it comes down to now the information is available, and maybe a lot of people still don't know, but there's certain things that people were griping about or whatever. And it's like, no, you can actually get all that information, and it's not what people were complaining about.
Right.
And like, you know, not to like belittle the thing, but it's just information is so readily available now that actually a kid with the tablet could easily find this.
Right, but the problem is, if they don't have proper comprehension, they'll call themselves an agnostic atheist. Like I went over earlier in the stream,
it's
which
true.
Cannot be a thing, and they don't know that. And I think that is the problem, though. It is this misunderstanding or misapprehension of history that allows you to not comprehend. So you have the biggest vocabulary in the world, and you're just throwing words around and like harassing poor old Dr. Peterson, who is not prepared, you know, at all. And like, shame on him. He should have been more prepared. There's no question. Like, there's no winner. That's the other thing. We're living in a world where it's this side won or that side won. And no one's considering, no, nobody looked good here. No, they're never considering that, because it's a debate and everybody's stuck in a binary and a dichotomy, like John Vervaeke. The only way out of the dichotomy, it's like, John, you're the one that makes a dichotomy. A dichotomy, by definition, is something done by the framer. It's not a feature of the world. There's nothing in creation that is a dichotomy. There are no dichotomies outside of your perception. That's it. Sorry. There are no paradoxes and there are no contradictions in reality. Just I'm sorry. I don't know what else to tell you. It's like, I have videos on all of this, by the way. Oh, it's so frustrating.
I don't know.
But history, I think because you don't study history well enough, watch the history playlist on navigating patterns. It's excellent. But I think because people don't follow history correctly and closely, and to be fair, most of the way they're teaching history is stupid and wrong. They don't know how to comprehend now. Because how do you know how the world's supposed to fit together? I don't know. Let's go back and see how it fit together before. Yes. And then you won't make stupid statements about Immanuel Kant. And like, you do know that the whole world that Immanuel Kant built his retarded philosophy on, that's wrong, by the way, was built by people who didn't have that philosophy because he wasn't born yet, right? And therefore, you don't need it. Like, it's not that difficult. Right? It's literally not that hard. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know why everyone's I don't know why everyone's confused about this stuff, but Sally Joe, people wanting to draw from just what they learned in books, lectures, and papers, but not from going outside. Sus. Exactly. They don't want to point to examples outside. They make up the axial age revolution or whatever to justify their stupid idea. Can we send a Hermes pin to Yada? A Hermes pinata. I love it.
I think they only come in like horse or llama shapes and not trash bins, but they have a this is for Sally. This is straight from the source.
Nice. We got to get one. It's
Yeah.
a unicorn. I love it. Just fill it with tiny notes that say, "Stop contacting me." I'm going to go to the Oracle of Delphi, and I'm going to send out a note from Hermes to John. How's that? It's going to be glorious. Find out if you're Greek or Roman brained. That's actually, we could do that. We could come up with an AI that would be fun. Ixnon, but we want to live it in a different world from the one in history. Right. Well, there's the end of history and all this other nonsense. And yeah, I mean, I covered some of like the whole World War II, the whole myth of World War II that I covered in the live stream a few weeks ago. Like that, man, that's a whopper. I got to do a blog post for that one too, but like that's a whopper. It's like, you know, oh, we went to the war to stop the ovens and the genocide, and it's like, man, do I got news for you. Wait until you find out the truth. It's like you're going to be terrified. Very, very terrified. So, yeah, it's not pretty. It's not pretty. The two brothers, I think, escaped from the camps early on and like went to all the European countries and saying like, no, we saw firsthand. This is what they're doing. They've got ovens and they've got these showers with poison gas, and no one believed them. It was like, what? Nobody believed them. It was, and they eventually made it to the U.S. where they were also not believed. It's a mess. That actual history is a complete catastrophe. And then you just, yeah, well, because you don't understand hierarchy and you don't understand, like, by necessity, they have to tell you things that are not the same things that they know. They have to. Like, that's true everywhere. Right? Like when I'm dealing with software engineers, I can't explain to them an architecture that is beyond their understanding as a justification for why they need to code a certain way, because it's beyond their understanding by definition. And so you can't do that. And they don't understand any of that. And that means you need to get a different message, right? So Sally Joe, we can send the unicorn one to Dr. Peterson and just put in it. Why you neglected me? Yeah. Why did he neglect you? It's just
Mhm.
and I feel bad for Peterson because they did definitely, like, the producers almost certainly hijacked it. And I don't know if it was the producers of the show or his producer, right? Because somebody's handling him. But it doesn't matter. Like, he got used by someone, and then he was just totally unprepared for the type of argumentation that you find on the internet every Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, like, every 10 seconds on the internet, right? He was unprepared. And I don't blame, like, it takes prep to be on the internet and have discussions like that. Like, they're, the Reddit style battles for supremacy of facts. Um, you know, and then you got Destiny, and it's like, man, all the guy does is just say things that aren't true. and then uses a bunch of logical fallacies and no one calls him out. Boring. Like, I would waste that guy in a debate or a conversation or any kind of interaction. I'd just waste him. He'd be done so fast. He'd probably whine and cry and go do some drugs right afterwards. Why are they always like sexually deviant drug addicts, Castle? Every single time. I'm getting suspicious.
I mean, there's the whole slippery slope thing. But
Yeah, there's the whole correspondence thing.
Hmm.
Sally Joe. Well, I mean, we have a huge amount of people just not believing where justice is right now. Well, it's beyond them. Yeah, I mean, it's not even that. It's the concept of consequence. Right? Nobody wants to mete out consequence for anything at all, and people are just literally getting away with murder. I'm like, why are we letting people get away with actual murder instead of punishing someone? Like, we're not punishing anybody. Like, there's no downside. I mean, people have been stabbed in public and admitted it and bragged about it and not even gone to jail. I'm like, what the hell? What is happening? And then, at the same time, everyone's like, Plato's Cave is a heroic story about breaking free. And I'm like, what book did you read? Like, that's not at all what Plato is saying, but it is the complete opposite of it. So thanks, I guess. What's happening? We're an upside down world, and nobody's pushing back. I mean, my thing was Peugeot is not pushing back on Vervicki at all. And I'm just like, bro, what are you doing? And it's weird too, because like, I worked with the Vervicki Foundation. Like, the Vervicki crew that follows Vervicki is never going to the symbolic world ever. They don't even understand it. He's getting none of them. None of them are going to go to church. Like, none. You zero converts. You're going to get zero converts out of this effort. John isn't any closer, even though they think he is. Like Peterson, they're like, Peterson's one fact away. It's like, no, he's not. He's not even close. What are you talking about? These guys are never going anywhere near a church. It's not going to happen.
That was the thing that concerned me. So here's the thing. So I'm looking forward to when you start running the 12 rules for life thing, but I really think, oh, very nice. But I do think for sure that I went through, and I'm good at retaining audiobooks, so I listened to the first 2.5, 3 hours of 12 rules for life, and because I had gone through it way back, and I was just like, man, all of the issues that are like appearing now, it was all there.
Right.
And I was just like, oh man, like I didn't see this because I didn't have access to the stuff that was after this. But looking at all the stuff, he winds up going in a very, like his lectures in a very roundabout way of coming back to the things. But I was like, oh, you could actually really slice like 90% of this off. It was good and entertaining and everything like that at the time, and some of it is useful, but I did see like, oh yeah, there's a lot of this is kind of a justification for the rule itself,
right?
But not totally necessary. Like, the rule itself was good, but it's just the way that the sort of post hoc rationalization about why it's a good rule was just, it's kind of exhausting to go on that journey.
if you're living in a world where personal comprehension is required, what Peterson's doing is giving you the tools to comprehend the world. He's stating the rule and then showing you the comprehension, how the rule conforms to the world, right? And giving you that skill. And of course, that's going to work for a very small number of people, right? Now, when you have an internet audience, that's a lot of people, right? It's just still a small percentage of your audience. Now, when your audience is huge, a small percentage of your audience could be 1 million people, man. That's not that hard. And so that's good, but people don't understand that. But then the rest of the people, because they don't have submission, that's not enough for them. But we did that to them. Like we did that whole, no, privilege your personal private perspective over what somebody's telling you. Like don't believe the guy up there talking about the book. Like read it for yourself. And it's like, you're retarded. You can't read that book and understand. You're gonna read Moby Dick by yourself. Is that what really? You're gonna miss almost everything in that book. Like, I'm sorry. You're gonna miss so much of the richness and fullness of that book if you don't read it in a book club on Father Eric's channel, for example, with us. You were in all of them, right, Castle? You and me? I think we made all of them, right?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. That was really good. I enjoyed that a lot.
Yeah, but that's real comprehension. I mean, how do you comprehend a book that's smarter than you are? Because it definitely is smarter than any of us. It's still smarter than all of us combined. You do it in a book club. Like that's how you, right? Yeah. I mean, you're not going to comprehend things that you can't comprehend without other people. That's just never going to happen. And a book is not another person, right? It's something underneath you. It may help facilitate your comprehension of something, maybe, but it's way easier if you have distributed cognition, which is what frustrates me about John Vervaeke. It's like, bro, you've got distributed cognition. Why don't you understand the implications of this? And he just flat out does not understand the implications of the stuff he's talking about. And it just freaking, it's frustrating. Peterson has to frame the rule materialistically. Well, yeah, he has to show a material cause, right? But he does, and no one else does. Like, I was skimming over the book. I'm not going to reread it until we do the book club in 2 weeks, about 2 weeks, probably Saturdays, probably, but about 2 weeks. And if anybody has any suggestions about times and days that work for them, go on the Discord server and let me know. But there's more stuff in there, and it's framed better than I remembered. And I think a lot of that is because Peterson has it better than Vervaeke and always did. And Vervaeke goes deeper on certain core issues, but Peterson's a pragmatist at the end of the day, and he's just got it right. Sally Joe, a lot of Dr. P is touching the thing back to ground over and over. Yeah, I mean, he's really tying things together, though. I mean, he's really doing live comprehension for you. And individualism. Yeah, excellent. Look, Peterson's got his flaws, and one of them is individualism. That's for sure. That's a big flaw. And that's why he doesn't have a bigger audience. Or he's not able to convert more people in the way that the evangelicals all seem to think they can. Of course, all of them are terrible, and so there's no threat there. Like they ain't converting anybody. They think John Vervaeke's an upgrade. I got news for you guys. Boy, not an upgrade at all. That crew was, well, I mean, they were so arrogant on the Vervaeke Discord server. It just got to the point where it was like, whatever, you guys suck and you're never going to change. And that's fine, because it's not my job to change you. It's my job to offer you the opportunity to change. It's not my job to change you. Those are different things. There's always a third thing, Castle. Everybody misses that too. Like, that's one thing I've noticed. Like, nobody gets it. People are very much like, well, you didn't succeed, therefore you failed. And it's like, there's a difference between never trying and failing, which is now not your fault, by the way, ever. Like, oops, right? because not trying is your fault. That's your responsibility. But trying and failing, that's not your fault. That's the other person's responsibility now. And people don't get that. Like, they don't get the difference. It's like, oh my goodness, these things are so different. But, you know, we're living in this weird flat world where people have big vocabularies and no idea how to use them correctly. It's just horrible to watch. It's horrible.
Yeah. And I think a lot of it is also this. I mean, one of the framings that I saw a lot in school was the whole critical thinking thing. But it's just
Right.
like, oh, all of that stuff is, it's individualistic. I'm the one that is being critical or cutting, because that's really what that is. You're just dividing.
Right.
But it's like, oh, this is the primary frame that I'm being given, is that I need to be critical. And then ultimately it winds up kind of reducing to it. It's interesting because it does wind up reducing down to 2 and then down to 1. And then you have this whole thing of like, oh, okay, so this person is presenting information to me, and then now I'm setting my critical thinking against it. And now I have to like put a block, and then now I have to dissect the whole thing. And then I have to decide whether or not this thing was good or not. And then ultimately it's just like, oh, well, I'm just projecting whatever my stuff is on top of this. And if it doesn't meet what I'm looking for, then I just throw it out. And then it's like, there is your reducing down to 2 and then down to 1 and then basically 0 at that point.
Right. Well, then the worst part is the original use of critical thinking fixes all of this. And it's like the easiest fix that's ever been implemented in the whole world. Critical thinking only ever applies to your personal thought and never outside of it. But in other words, the only thing you critique in critical thinking is your thought. Period. End of statement. Now critical thinking becomes super useful.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it requires this thing called humility, which is an unknown word in recent times. In the past 30 years, we have lost the idea of humility, and therefore critical thinking has become about everybody else and not me, which was exactly the opposite of its intent. Fantastic. How to ruin the world. It's unbelievable to me.
Yeah, this complete unwillingness to be able to just kind of sit with yourself and process anything is really, really difficult. I mean, there's a lot of this, just kind of thinking back on like, you know, I never really had, especially in schooling, like there was never any sort of thing on like, oh, you know, like Mathieu's like rumination type of thing, where it's just like, oh, there was none of that. Like that was completely non-existent. And but it's amazing just how useful that very simple tool is, of just like, oh yeah, just think about it in the shower while you're washing clothes, or while you're while you're washing dishes or folding towels or whatever.
But you're not supposed to do any of that. You're supposed to have robots do that.
No, yeah, of course, so that you can do the important
and that's
stuff.
That's the slavery. Telling you're not supposed to do that kind of work increases your anxiety and destroys your ability to think critically about your own thoughts and even have your own thoughts. That's what's taking away your ability to think, is that downtime of doing the dishes, washing your clothes slowly by hand, right? That's what destroys it. That's the interesting thing. Hold on, let me get a comment here. I don't know what bang fade. I don't know what that bang fade. Critical thinking is a skill. You cannot apply it to other people. Well, I mean, lit crit people apply it only to books, for example. Humility and manners. That's not how you spell manners, Sally. It's good for Sally. The idea is to get more people to be critical thinkers so that we develop ideas. Okay, critical thinking does not develop ideas. That is not the purpose of it. If somebody told you that, they lied to you, and you should probably go back and beat them mercilessly and without end. No, critical thinking is to engender humility, because you're stupid and you need to stop trying to believe that your thoughts are any good at all. That's actually the original purpose of critical thinking, right? It's not to be able to generate ideas. You don't even need to. All of the good ideas were generated thousands of years ago at this point, and we really don't need new ideas. I'm sorry, but like we absolutely do not. We need fewer ideas. We need more people doing things in the world and less people thinking about things. Ixon, sitting and processing sounds like it would take this thing called patience. What's patience?
I don't have time for this.
He's not making any sense at all. That. Moving on. Exactly. Well, and how do you foster and develop patience and decrease your anxiety? You give your body something to do, right? It's called my Zen sweeping technique. I used it years ago to cure my anxiety. Well, not cure my anxiety, but treat my anxiety. And like actually grab a broom and sweep the floor, whether it's dirty or not, over and over again in a very regular motion. It will calm your anxiety right down, right? Why? Well, give me the neuroscience explanation, Mark. Yeah, sure, no problem, dumbass. Of course I have one. Here you go, mother. It's like, because your body signals your brain, and when your body's in muscle memory mode, you get calming signals from your body back to your brain, and that cures your anxiety basically, or at least treats it in the moment. Done, done, done. Look at that. Huh? Done. Better science than they can do. Sally Joe, if we could get a semblance of them. Yeah, well. Lawn mowing is the best thinking time. Exactly. Yeah, mowing the lawn's great thinking time. Right. Now. So questioning the self. Yeah, questioning your own thought. Critical thinking is you are critical only of yourself. That's what critical thinking was originally supposed to be. And that is the only possible good use for it. All other uses for it are negative. Do you believe that people should approach books critically? No, I believe people should stop reading books and burn almost all of them, except this one. Don't burn this book, because Castle went through a lot of trouble to make it happen.
Unless you plan on replacing it after you burn it. You can do that.
Burn all you want, just buy more. There you go. That's a good plan. I like that. No, I mean, you approach books with a book club. I mean, watch the book club of our book club on Moby Dick on Father Eric's channel. I should get that link. Or watch the Texas Wisdom Community has a book club, or you can watch on Navigating Patterns. You can watch the Language of Creation book club. And then you get to see, I mean, they're all different too. They're all pretty differently done. But you get a sense for distributed cognition, how to use it, the advantage of different perspectives on a book, on a section of a book even that you're also reading, right? Like that's actually really important. Is that once you get that, it's almost magical, right? Like it's almost actually magical. But once you have it, you can do so much with it, right? You can do a lot with it. And that's how you learn how things work. That's how you learn all the things you don't know, right? I learned from things that were in the Republic and things that were in Moby Dick that I didn't see when I read it. And the way I did that was either Father Eric or Castle here or somebody else showed them to me because they did see it. And hopefully, I did the same for them. Hopefully. And if I did, that's amazing. Right? And it also spawned adventures. So because of that book, I went to the New Bedford Whaling Museum, which, if you haven't been, is actually far better museum than I could have anticipated. It's phenomenal. If you're out there, yeah. I mean, the power of what Dr. John Vervaeke talks about, distributed cognition, is unbelievable. But you only get that when you work in cooperation in a group. In other words, there's no opponent processing present. Which why John brings up opponent processing, I will never understand. I'm like, bro, you just have like a rebellion problem. Like everything for you needs to be fight, fight, fight. And then they go, I don't understand why we can't have nice things. Because you keep fighting. Like, that's why. You're why we can't have nice things. Why don't you cooperate like Castle does? And then you get a beautiful book. Sally Joe, no, if they pay us, they can burn it, right? So Sally Joe's on it. So you kind of might say that ideas are best developed in groups. Yeah, yes. Groups of people are smarter than individuals. This is kind of what I've been trying to explain to the Bitcoin bros. I was like they don't seem to understand. They're like, now we're the bank. And I'm like, power comes at three different rates. The rate that's the cheapest for you is called the industrial rate. You know how much money you need to have to qualify for the industrial rate of power? But you will never be able to mine Bitcoin as cheap as somebody who's getting industrial rate power, ever. Because industrial rate power is cheaper than self-generation per kilowatt, last I checked. That might not still be true, but I think it is. So you'll never compete with those people. In the same way that if you read Moby Dick by yourself, you'll never get more out of Moby Dick by yourself than you will with a group of people. Like it's not impossible, but it's so unlikely. It's not worth thinking about. You'll never get as much out of language creation. And Mitchell actually saw some of our episodes, by the way. He was like, thanks for doing this. And I was like, well, A, I didn't do it, but I'm honored that you watched any of it. That's amazing. You'll never get as much out of another. You won't. I'll just tell you right now. No other book club is as good as that one. I've been to a bunch of them, and most of the people that read language creation are morons, and they miss all the stuff or all the good stuff. So, and also it helps to have techniques. I mean, the nice thing about the language creation book club, which is on Navigating Patterns, you can check it out there, is that Manuel does such an excellent job of setting things up and framing them and giving you that. Like, we make the space for the time to integrate, which is a trick that we learned on the Vervaeke server 5 years ago now. That it's a unique experience in and of itself. I mean, way past Moby Dick in some sense, right? There are different mechanisms at play there. But the Republic is a very similar situation where we had a format and a structure, and that format and structure is different from language creation, different from Moby Dick, but it also facilitates the same sort of group thinking or distributed cognition that allows you to understand a complicated text that's written by somebody more brilliant than you are. But that's how you process it. Sally Joe, group sense making is better because it's faster to understand, more close to reality with that. Yeah, well, it's also a bigger brain. Even just a sounding board, your experience to one trusted soul is still more relevant than reading from an expert alone. Exactly, Sally. Very well said. Do you think ideas would develop more deeply in a group of critical thinkers? No, I do not. And I don't develop ideas. Just do what you're told. Like, seriously, everything gets better. Like, then you don't have to do the hard work. You can just be like, yeah, okay. I mean, so there's an Orthodox of America church that I go to occasionally, and I was there once, and Father Ignatius, I forget, he loves me. I don't know why. He absolutely loves me. So he goes, "Oh, Mark, it's good to see you." Because I go like very occasionally. I actually probably haven't been in like a year at this point, but I got to go over there and say hi to my peeps. He said, "Oh yeah, that's in C.S. Lewis, the Abolition of Man." And I said, "Oh, really? I haven't read The Abolition of Man." He said, "You haven't read The Abolition of Man? You drop all your projects, and go get that book and read it right now." And then he said, "No, I'm kidding." I went home and ordered the book, dropped all my projects, and I read it the minute I arrived. Period. End of statement. Right? Why? Because it's Father Ignatius. It's not dude down the street named Ignatius. Right? When Father Eric tells me something, he's a Catholic priest, I just take these things really seriously, because you should. Why do I want to think about which books to read? Do you know how much research you have to do on Amazon? Like, let's suppose you wanted to find a book on like the Memory Palace and the best book on Memory Palace. And, even if you use the freaking AI, maybe you should, because it's not terrible. It's at some of the things like that, although it's not good with language. Don't use it for language tasks. Use it for automated tasks. It's good for sorting and categorizing language, but it's not good for actually understanding language. But like how much work you'd have to do, right? I wouldn't bother with that. I'd call somebody who probably knows better than me and just ask them to answer me in 2 seconds. Right? Not everything is a research project for your personal enjoyment, right? And why do you want to like imagine if I had to think about all the things that you guys told me during the Moby Dick book club. Why? Why do I want to waste my brain power on that? Like, that's ridiculous. You already thought about it. You already saw it. Why do I need to reduplicate the work? It's a waste of time. And that's assuming I can. It's why? Why can't you just receive a gift given and enjoy it? Now, to be fair, I need to reread The Abolition of Man because C.S. Lewis is really hard to follow, and that book is crazy. But I will. It's short, so I'll get to it someday. Sally Joe, intentional thinking is probably more useful. Yeah, exactly, Sally. Directed thinking is more useful. Like you have a goal, right? You want to make sure the goal is worthy, right? And there's various ways to do that, right? Like sit down or go grab a broom, do some Zen sweeping, right? And then consider, is the goal worthy? Because when you engage your body when you think, you get different results than if you're not engaging your body when you think. People do this all the time. They're like, oh yeah, I had shower thoughts. Yeah, what the hell do you think that is? Like, what mechanisms do you think are at play there, my friend? You're moving around, hopefully, scrubbing your body. Hopefully, don't tell me if you don't. I don't want to know. Soaping up. Hopefully, use soap. Please use soap. Anyway, you're moving your body, right? There's a lot of physical touch involved, right? There's all kinds of stimulus. You have a plan or a semi-plan or whatever. I mean, I could just sit under hot water raining down on me from above for hours. I don't, because I know I'm a glutton and I'll stay there for 6-8 hours. Wrinkle my body right up and not even care. So I don't do that. But you see me at the hotels. It's like, man, if we're not leaving right away and I'm at a hotel, I'm just in the shower way too long. But like, thoughts come.
Yeah.
And they come as the result of your physical interaction. And those thoughts are of a different quality than the thoughts that come in other circumstances. Who should I listen to? Well, see, now that's the best question anybody could ever ask. Fantastic, right? That's how you know you've gotten to the pinnacle, right? The important thing, the most relevant thing, is who to listen to about what. And if your brain power is all put towards more fancy words that no one's ever heard of and aren't in the common parlance, Greg, I'm still pissed at Greg for that move. That was such a disingenuous, stupid move. Still would have Greg on. Would love to have a chat with him because when he's not on Jubilee, he seems quite intelligent. I don't know what happened to him on Jubilee. Might be a format. I don't know. It corrupts people. It could. When you're not busying your mind, flooding your brain with vocabulary and literacy, but instead you're focusing all that brain power on comprehension. What is good? Who is good to listen to about what? Right? Because I'm not going to get computer advice from Castle. Like, that's not going to happen.
Right. Yeah, don't bother with that.
He may give me computer advice, but I ain't going to listen to it. Sorry.
You shouldn't.
Right. But if I wanted to know something about Fusion 360, I'd be like, hey, Castle. Right? Because that's something he knows that I definitely don't know. Right? So fair enough. I'm not going to say like, Castle, I've got this programming project. Can you give me some advice? That's not going to happen.
Not.
So you kind of have to know. And a lot of who should I listen to is intuition. And your intuition is not flawless. I understand that. You know what else isn't flawless? Your logic, reason, and rationality. Get over it. Like it's almost as if, Castle, you sitting down? It's almost as if you're a flawed creature living in a flawed world or something. Almost as if. And so is everybody else or something. And therefore, even if you find the perfect person, they won't be the perfect person forever in all ways or something. This is all speculation. I haven't sampled all people to find out if this is true. This is how we have to talk now because everyone's retarded. It's terrible. It's terrible. Look, I listen to people who have been raised up spiritually, like Father Eric and Father Ignatius, about these things because, right, they have been raised up by others. And I go, well, I guess I got to trust that. I can't trust how do you know if someone is smarter than you? This is the whole problem with academia, right? Well, Immanuel Kant was really smart. How do you know that? Because every time I engage with like Immanuel Kant or Heidegger or even Nietzsche, I'm like, these guys are stupid. Why did anybody ever read their books? And even Peterson hints at this with Lacan. He goes, well, I can't even understand Lacan. Right? But the obvious conclusion is not, I can't even understand him. It's that guy's an idiot. Like Karl Marx. Just read some Karl Marx. He's clearly stupid. I don't know what else to say. He's clearly a moron. He makes stupid statements. It's not that hard. If you then project, well, I don't really understand his work fully, that's because it doesn't make sense. But instead you say, wow, he must be smarter than me. Karl Marx is not smarter than a 4-year-old. Come on. Get with it. Not with the stuff he's writing about. Clearly. Ask me how I know. I know because if you listen to 4 and 5-year-olds, they will magically quote Karl Marx without realizing it. Because, of course, they haven't read Das Kapital. They're 4 and 5 years old. Well, how did they come up with it? Well, it must be derivable easily by a 5-year-old. It's that simple. It's that simple. It's not any harder than that. There's no other alternative conclusion or like fantastical reality where people who say the same things as 5-year-olds are actually mega geniuses. No, that is not the case. I'm very sorry to inform you. Right? Heidegger using the term thrownness, which only seems to mean you were born. And you had very little control over the conditions of your birth. Really genius. Thanks for the update. I'll be sure to put that in my reminder book. Like, that already happened to everybody. Why would you need to tell anybody if it's already happened to everybody? It's like saying, in order to live, you must breathe. Now I can start a church castle. Everybody thinks I'm brilliant. Like, why? Why am I living in this world? This isn't that hard. These people are morons. Oh, Nietzsche's worse too. Uh-oh. We got trouble.
Hey guys.
Hey, Sally.
How's it going?
It's going.
Who should you listen to, Sally? And about what?
That's very hard. The people who are touching the thing.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, the people that are engaged in the thing, the people that are participating with the thing.
So, like, if you're choosing between experts, a doctor who's seeing patients versus a doctor who wrote a theoretical paper about seeing patients, no matter how many papers they've written, right?
Yeah.
And if you're talking about your lawn, the guy currently caring for lawns, no matter how many EPA experts have how much science about this. And like, if you're talking about how to redo your deck, a guy who's recently redone his deck versus all the legions of all the people at the Home Depot who are not actually sorry, one second.
No, I got it on my phone, Sally. How to redo your deck? I mean, I can just type, the AI knows. Why would the guy who actually redid their deck last week know more? You have to develop your personal reasoning and rationale. No, you don't, actually. You have to develop your intuition for who to listen to. And your intuition is based around how you act and participate in the world. It has nothing to do with your thoughts in your head. I feel like I use my critical thinking to discern which sources and authority are worth my time. Yeah, none of them. That's done. Boom. Look at that. Didn't take any critical thinking at all. I just eliminated all of them. I don't deal with appeals to authority at all. I say this in my academia video, right? Like, if you tell me you have a PhD in something, my first assumption is that the one thing you know the least about is the thing you have the PhD in. And sadly, it's not right all the time, but it's right way more often than it's wrong. And if I could make bets on it, I'd be a wealthy, wealthy man. Ixnay, Mark is inferior to 3 years. Thanks.
Well, that's when you were talking about the literacy thing. Think about that and the issue we have with God-forsaken critical whatever at colleges, which, like, I don't even want to use the word critical thinking because I was shocked because I actually took a good critical thinking class when I was in the service. And most of the critical thinking class was like, you need to kill 3-4 of your idea fairies right out of the gate.
There you go.
Suckers down and, think outside of your point of origin and, look at the facts in a pragmatic. We had this cool game that you could play about, you could write out, I wish I remembered it. You could write out several results and then you could write out several possible causes. And then you would take different people who had experienced those results and different people who had seen those causes, and you could make a predictability bar. And that's what you were supposed to do in theater if you were stumped as an analyst. And It was really great because then it got you out of this, oh, well, I've seen this, so that. Well, I've seen this, so that. And it made you, and we did some really fun ones at the unit. We would do these zombie ones. And it's like, all right, you've seen 6 zombies and you've done this. And then it would just all end up being based off of which movie the last person watched zombies from. But it worked effectively to train people how to get other people's input. And it's a weird place if you're an analyst because the rank structure has to be a little stirred because you still have to tell the general what you think, even if he's like a Braves fan. Like, you have to. So it's hard. It's hard for PFCs and privates especially. But yeah, now I lost track of the other thing I was thinking of. God damn it. Oh, okay.
That's all right, Sally. We can read a comment. Ixnay, listen to your grandparents for a start. I like that idea. Yeah, the people with the most experience in general and the most experience at the specific thing, those are always the people you go to for advice. And they're the ones that will point you to the next person you need if they don't have the answer. Like, grandparents are usually great for that. Not universally, not perfectly, but also mostly. And it doesn't have to be your grandparents, but better if it is, right? Well, the internet would constitute the largest group of people and the biggest. No, the internet is dead. There's no people on the internet. It's all entirely dead. Everything. But you can't get advice from the internet because the internet can't give you advice. It can only convey information. The only thing that can give you advice is a live agent, a person, preferably somebody who knows you in some capacity. The other thing about the internet doesn't actually know anything about you. It might have information on you, but that is not knowledge of the person. Knowledge of the person involves participation. All knowledge stems from participation. People confuse knowledge and information all the time. And the internet isn't cooperative, so that doesn't work. Right. The internet also can't cooperate with you. It's not an agent in the world. Go ahead, Sally.
I was working on the other side of that. So I've seen critical thinking like the way it maybe should work. That's not how academics use it. Academics like, we're ripping things apart because we're arrogant pricks and we can, and it's no cost to us, so rip it apart some more. And that's not, the ripping it apart stuff is not useful to people. And what we actually need is more in context, more being on the inner tube on your part of the river. because it doesn't matter what's happening on the other part of the river to you. Like,
Right.
and you're not gonna usefully critically think outside the domain that you're trying to foster. And like, I've done a long time living outside my domain, and it's depressing as shit. Like, if you're really depressed, maybe just decide if you're in the domain you're actually trying to be in. That could help.
Yeah, well, intuition, which is roughly, filtering and understanding your emotional state, is actually far more useful than anything else, right? Because your body, there's that Eckhart Tolle body keeps the score book, which is actually quite useful to some extent, although it has its limitations, right? Like, your body will tell you, right? Your mind will tell you. If
Yeah.
you pay attention, if you ruminate, if you contemplate, if you reflect, you can find out a lot, right?
And-
Because I mean, like when I was young, I was like, I'm the best software engineer in the whole world. And then I met really good software engineers, and I was like, I am never going to be the best software engineer.
Well, using logic and critical thinking to supersede your obvious I don't mean annoyance. I don't mean irritation. I mean your dominant emotional state over a few days, maybe. Like, not just, oh, that person really bugs me because who knows why they wear annoying sweaters. Like, I don't mean that. I mean the big stuff. And like, I didn't do that a lot.
Right.
I didn't do that. And it's like, what the crap are you doing?
No, you're pursuing a goal, and you've got a procedure, right? This is the procedural tyranny I was talking about earlier. And so you're going to ignore everything else. And this is where the Jocko Willink fails you, right? Because it's like, no, dude, you got to be real careful with that attitude, because sometimes you'll climb the wrong mountain, and then you'll freeze to death and die, and that's no good.
Well, I mean, it's absolutely relevant for certain case, like if you're being special forces, or if you're a young single guy. But he will even say, and he has outright said, this was not good to my wife, and I know that.
Right.
I am blessed because she just basically put it. Like, he knows that, so like, that's cool. But like, yeah, it you can't use all the Jocko stuff when you're doing the mom thing. It's not a direct correlation.
I remembered seeing a thing that really bothered me. There was somebody that was actually, it was in a work environment thing. This person was talking about how her mom was a new mother. And so the kid was only like a few months old at the time. And her mom, the grandmother of the baby, was irritated because the new mom was consulting the internet for most of the advice and stuff, and not going to her own mom for the stuff. And I'm not sure that hopefully that got resolved, right? But I never heard anything about it afterwards. And that was something that was very concerning, because I was just like, yeah, you're raising someone, and maybe it might help, especially if you have a relationship that's decent enough that you're still in contact, right?
Well,
and the person is offering, like, even if they don't really have great advice, at least they can give you a hand.
it's
Right.
really very specifically with that, though, Castle, because very specifically with that, we have 3 generations of working mothers that a whole lot of women trying to freaking course correct. They don't know how.
Right.
And so some of the course correction is just, for the love of God, not that.
Right. But the worst problem is that all advice needs to be modified for the local environment. And so advice for raising a child in Europe is not good for kids here. And if there's more, see, this is one of the sneaky things about the internet is, if there's more moms in Europe seeking advice on how to raise their children, and actually, I think this actually might be true, but I don't have any numbers, so I'm not going to make a claim. And then you, as an American, you're going to get bad advice. Like, you're just going to get horrible advice. So the brain might be bigger, and it might even be right, but it's not right in your context, which is what everybody as a postmodern now is ignoring. Context matters more.
It's like, I'm a very pro First Amendment person, Just hands down, flat out. I like them. But I've lived in apartments. And I understand why apartments are like, oh, heck no, we can't have it. Because, like, people act a fool. And it's like, you at bare minimum need to have it together enough so nobody knows. Because if you can't even have it that much together,
Right.
you can't cohabitate that close with the same way you can live down a creek in a single wide trailer with whatever you want. Like, you can't. You can't. It's different types of people, different people's kids. It's just, it don't work cross-culturally. And, like, I kind of understand local laws have to be different now. Didn't used to.
Yeah, local laws have to be vastly different. And the more people you have, the higher population density you have, the more laws you need.
Yeah.
And the more laws for silly things you need. And just there's no other way.
Yeah,
And it's a big problem.
It seemed outrageous to me, the whole, it's flat out illegal to get your trash can in the wrong space in the street until you live in DC. And then you're like, well,
Yeah, then you understand. Ixon, with Jocko, sometimes you'll put your kids into a wrestling weight class they're too small for. Exactly. Well, I wouldn't just accept random advice from an Indian person living in India. How would you know? You can't know on the internet. That's the problem. See, you think this filter works. This filter is irrelevant and cannot work. You cannot determine if someone's from India. It's not possible with VPNs. It's not possible. Like, I know people from India. I can tell you what they're doing. You don't know. Sorry. I go to American forums. Yeah, there are Indians on American forums. And the problem is the experts don't know you. And that's the problem. Like, you need somebody that knows you and knows your condition personally. And to Sally's point, although she didn't harp on it enough, you want somebody that's potentially can come over to your house. You don't want the internet. The internet only has information, and it compresses everything down to information. That's the problem.
Advice isn't a service that works that way. The best advice is through mutual understanding over time, and probably not one way.
Right. And I mean, look, there's a validity to saying, well, there's way more brains on the internet, and therefore the internet is the smartest thing ever, right? And I'm just gonna, it's too compressed, right? But then you have to go with, well, what's the smartest book ever? Well, the one that's lasted the longest and had the most brains touch it, right? And then it's like, well, there you go.
Here's the thing. I would say the internet, talking to a real live person via the internet, is better than absolutely no one.
Yes, right. It is an upgrade for some, right?
There's that. But also, because you have the option to easily, with no cost, talk to someone over the internet, you might be cheating yourself out of, like, that old guy that plays chess at your local coffee shop. You might be cheating yourself out of, like, and I've thought about this a lot, man. Like, how much did I cheat myself out of being social because there were books and because there were sitcoms? Because there were books and there were sitcoms, and I didn't put it together that it wasn't okay to put my life on hold and use that to placate my longing for connection.
Right.
And you can do that with, like, in the internet. That's kind of endlessly available, but I call it fast food. Like, the books and the media is all mental fast food, and we have a lot of fast food relationships right now, and they're giving us brain diabetes or social diabetes. I think it's the best direct analogy too, because people got plenty of food and they're dying from it, and you can do that with internet connection.
But weren't those books your friends, Sally?
Damn it, Mark. Don't bring up the deaths of my friends.
Right, and that's the rub. I guess that's fair. I just believe information is power for a person. That's wrong. Information will kill you, and that's all it can do. It can poison you. It can give you diabetes. It can do all kinds of bad things. That's the problem. The only thing that you have to have a better definition of power. I have a definition of power in navigating patterns. You can check it out. Go ahead, Sally.
Sugar is a necessary nutrient for your brain to work. also will rot your feet off.
Yeah, actually rot your actual feet, like
Right,
actually off.
right off. It's horrible.
Right,
It's also
right.
really rough because if you're doing critical thinking correctly, like just intercepting thoughts and everything like that, the more information that you've been completely flooded with, the more effort you have to put into doing that constant battle to the point where
Right.
the process of thinking just becomes violent at that point.
Have you ever tried to get a 4-year-old to pick from 4 shirts?
Mm.
They can do 2 pretty fine. They can do 3. But my God, if you bring the 4 favorite shirts.
Yeah, it's all over. Yeah, I mean, choice paralysis is real. And
It's
the thing the internet gives you is too much choice with everything. And you don't realize that what you do is either you get paralysis or you filter a bunch of things out without knowing it. And now you've self-sabotaged.
in my Phoenix series paintings, I have a whole painting based on like what I think about as the millennial situation. And I was thinking about it specifically for jobs and career paths, but it is the crippling nature of boundless opportunities. And it's just a person at the top of a mountain in the fetal position, and there are gold paths in every direction off this mountain. And that is what it's like to internet job search right now. Because there should be something of value.
Right. Ixnon, some guy once said, listen to leaders, not experts. Well, yeah, that's still true. That might have been me. I don't know. Okay, hear what Sally's saying. So does it concern you get lost in seeking information? Oh, no. It's way worse. Right. It's not lost. It's paralysis, but also information that you didn't already have and didn't earn, like through hard work and research. You can't evaluate it by definition. Like it's already definitionally, you're not going to be able to do that. Like even so, let's suppose this actually happened to me. So there was a dust up around Intel processors. Right now, I actually worked for the company that did the processor design software, Cadence Design Systems, for like 80% of all the processors, and Intel uses their software. This is a field I know a lot about, right, compared to most people in computers. And so they're talking about, the temperature on the ring, the inside the die, that, but right, and the temperature is too high because it's being there's an over voltage bug somewhere. Is it hardware bug? Is it a software bug? Nobody knows. Trying to fix it. They're going on and on and on. And then I was like, well, look, if I wanted to buy a new CPU today, what would I do? They put up a list of CPUs they were comparing, and there were like 35 of them. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is way out of control. And then I said, I will go to this tech site that I have always gone to and ask them for my use case, which CPU is better. I am not evaluating all, because you can't. You absolutely can't. Right. And there's only, well, to be fair, there's only one use case where you want an Intel CPU. Otherwise, buy AMD, which was never my position before. Well, at least not since the Athlon days. The Athlon was a great processor. But Intel really trounced everybody else. But the real problem is when you're not out talking to actual people, agents in the world that you can interact with directly and fully, video's way better than typing or even audio. That's why on the Discord server we often have video on. You just get more information, and it's super helpful, right? It's super helpful to see people's facial expressions, not just hear the tone of their voice. Of course, you can't do either of those in text, right? So you're just losing information left, right, and so you think you're getting more information, but you're not. You're getting less information, right? But at a higher volume in one flat way. So you're getting lots of flat information that looks like more information because you can measure it. But you can't measure how much information you're getting out of facial expressions and hand movements and tone. And you can't measure that. It's impossible. And so it's a trick, right? It's a trick. But the more important thing that you're losing the ability to navigate relations with people in person. And so, everyone's like, well, I don't understand why, men and women have such a hard time getting together. I'm like, yeah, that's the intimacy crisis. They have a hard time getting together because people can't even ask each other for help. No one wants the door held for them, even when they need it. Like nobody's out there talking to their neighbor to find out how they can help their neighbor.
It would be good if the only time men and women are interacting with each other was, so you got work. Well, work's fake because everybody's their work self at work. And then you have dating, and there's no in between. You need to be interacting with older people of the opposite gender, younger people of the opposite gender, and because, like, not like excessively, but like some, because then it's not so like intense. It's like if
Right.
you are saying hello to the like old lady at the grocery store, and then like young boys who are just throwing rocks at each other in the park, like you're not so displaced, and like, so you don't know. Well, I didn't notice this with genders because I was the chick with a bunch of guys. But you notice this with like older people and younger people when you're in the service. Because if you're just around people your own age group for months at a time, then when you see people who are children or older or in civies, the difference is like, whoa. Like you almost
Right.
don't know how to interact with like the older people, and like that's just a couple of months.
Well, and the interactions are completely different because the expectations are different.
Yeah.
Right. And so learning how women talk, even though they talk differently when they're 70 or 80,
Mhm.
but learning how they talk and think and learning their perspective on what younger women are like is super valuable, because contrast is what you need to see. And so you need to see older women and younger women to know the women in your age range, whether or not they're good or bad. You can't do it any other way. Right. And that's the problem is, I would rather have all the possible information than some. Yeah, but you can't sort it all, regardless of the situation. Yeah, but again, the information you get, particularly from the internet, is flat. And so you're actually getting less information, but it just looks like more. And you can't tell the difference anymore because we're having a problem with relevance realization. We just don't get it. And that's the problem, is that all of this stuff is no good. Right? It's no good. And look, no, I didn't go to the internet. You don't go to the internet. You go to a source that has information. They may deliver that over the internet. There's no internet to go to. What are you talking about? Reddit's on the internet. They've got forums with advice. I didn't go there though, did I? Well, that's part of the internet. It doesn't make any sense to talk like that.
Information use thing for me is easy to explain with tools. So I'm like doing a bunch of repairs. There's a bazillion type of tools. Sometimes it's easier for me to do a job with a tool I know how to use, and faster and more efficient, to just use a tool I know how to use, even if that's like not the most perfect, most optimum, most exact tool. Because by God, the shit I can do with my nailing hammer that I've used since I was 6 is maybe more functional than the fanciest power drill nail remover Uber system, just because that's the thing that I know how to use well. That's not always the case. Sometimes you got to learn the other thing. But like if you can choose like and not don't learn extra just cuz you can't. Like it's better to do the thing.
Well, if you're not going to use it on a regular basis, don't learn it, because you're just filling your brain and that's displacing something else for sure. And that's part of the problem, is people don't realize there's a trade-off there. Your brain is not infinite by any means, neither is your memory. And when you overfill your brain, and your brain does not have the same capacity as somebody else's, right? And you don't know what that capacity is, and you won't even be able to see it clearly, which is why you need other people to help you with this. And it's vitally important that you comprehend the world correctly. The internet is not a place. You cannot go to the internet. It's not a place. It is a broadcast medium. That's what it is. It broadcasts different types of information at very high speed at a very cheap cost, right? But it's not a place that you go. There's a bunch of stuff that you can only get on the internet now that you could get without the internet before, but no longer. But that doesn't make the internet a place, because it's not a place. You can't go there. You can't be there. You can't live there. You can try. It will destroy your life. But like you can try. You just shouldn't. Like, and that's the problem. Like if you keep trying to think of these things in the wrong terms, you will continue to interact with them in the wrong way. And you won't ever realize the richness of interaction you're missing by going outside and maybe going to visit a castle in Pennsylvania and being driven around like a king. I'm coming back, dude. I got more history to see. So I'm like, how many days can we get a castle driving us around?
If you come by for 2 or 3 days, I'll load it up with stuff to do. I've got ideas already.
Don't tempt me. You may get what you ask for.
That's fine. But yeah, this thing of like I'm also thinking of this thing, and I know it's been a theme in the past, but this thing of actually taking actions in the world. That when it comes down to it, like, why do you have this information? Like, you're most likely doing it so that you can, make a judgment on it and then make an action. And this is something that I've run into so many times in workplaces, is that a lot of times I don't know nearly as much as basically anyone else about the subject. A lot of times I wind up being kind of the odd man out of like the only one who doesn't actually have that particular background in the work environment. Like I'm completely, my background is 100% unrelated sometimes, whether it's IT or police or whatever it is. And but one of the things is that people want to make the perfect possible decision, or they want to get everybody's opinion on stuff, and they go and they do meetings and they do research and they do all of this other stuff. And I've seen this very recently, and a lot of times it's like, well, I just go and I just take the action. And then, like, I flat out told some of my guys at my current workplace that they'll ask a question and they'll want to do stuff the right way. And I'll just tell them, I approve of this particular thing. And if it doesn't work, I'll take the hit. Like, just actually just do that.
Right.
Whereas I saw something somewhat recently where there was a new client that had an issue. And there was a particular team that was supposed to be taking a look at that. And I guess they were researching or trying to decide like who is the right person for this job or whatever. And hours passed with the person never getting a call. And then finally these other people actually punted the work over to my team. And my guy went and called the lady who was part of this new client. And she wound up admitting to him. She said, I fixed the issue myself. But she was a very disagreeable lady. And I experienced that she was funny, but she is the type of person who really tests you. And she said, I fixed the issue myself, actually not long after I made the initial call, but I was waiting to see how long it would take you guys to respond. And it's like, yeah, F- on that one, because she got a quick response as soon as it came over to my team, because our guys just go and they call and do it. But at the same time, one of my own dudes had this problem where there was an issue with some piece of equipment, like $600 scanner or something ridiculous, and it had like some part that was messed up with it. And he was researching all this stuff. And there was a guy that was like a procurement specialist for another company, and they're trying to decide, like, does it need work done on it? Does it need to be just replaced or whatever? And I generally am just like, it's junk, just replace it, whatever. But I saw, like, the whole thing was brought to my attention, and I saw there's a bunch of notes and like correspondence back and forth between my tech and the other guy and all these other things. And then the lady who had the actual equipment, she might have actually been the one that physically broke it as well. She admitted to me later, but she goes and she keeps saying, someone call me. It's easier for me to just explain it to you if you call me. And she put that like 2 or 3 times and no one called her. So I was just like, okay, I'm going to call her. And she was like, thanks for calling me. And she explained it in like 30 seconds. And the reason I think why is that the story was dumb. And so she didn't want to have it in writing in front of all these people. And so she explained it, and I was like, okay, nice, I can work with that. And I just got back to the procurement guy, told him everything he needed, and then this ticket took like 2 days, and like I have no IT expertise, but I just went in and basically resolved the ticket by just a little bit of taking action, and I had so little information. Like I was
Right.
using layman's terms with that procurement specialist, but it like the desired effect happened. So
Yeah, I mean, we don't realize how much, little information we actually use to communicate with, and everything just works anyway. Oh, the unicorn. Oh, geez, that's beautiful, Sally.
very nice.
By the way, Castle, last one.
Oh yeah, are they good? So I've never had those before. I saw that like people like them, but I haven't tried that one.
Okay, I just said last one.
Well, yeah,
What part of Piggy Boy ate them all was not clear.
but I know you're a goldfish, so you could have eaten them all like the day I gave them to you.
Sarah had a bunch, but yeah.
Okay, nice.
Conspiracy theory, and then I have to leave.
Hmm.
I think part of why Peterson has just like no freaking clue about the unicorn is because he moved a lot, and also if you pay lots of attention to the him and Tammy stuff, Tammy really didn't get assertive recently, so there just actually weren't any.
Right.
So,
that's possible.
That might be a symptom of Frontiers people too, just in general, just a little less because you're busy, because you're in the dragon territory.
When are we doing the dragon unicorn one? Where we start with dragons.
On mom time, Mark, when I'm not on mom time, so maybe like September 15th. I don't.
Fair. Have a good night. It's good to see you. That's yeah. That's too bad. That was a lovely stream. Did you end up seeing that one, Castle?
I did.
Unicorn stream?
Yeah, I think I caught up on everything by now. I don't think there might have been something that I missed, but not within the last month or anything.
Did you get liberalism in academia? What did you think of academia? Did you read my blog? Is it good?
My goodness. No. I did listen to the liberalism and academia one. I didn't read because why use my eyes when I can use my ears? I think I was frying chicken at the time as well, which helps with retention. Just a note for the folks at home. But yeah, it was definitely good. I mean, it's all kind of like the horror stuff that I'm already kind of aware of, but it was well explained. But yeah, it's more man-made horrors beyond my imagination. Not the video, but just the topic of discussion. You know?
Yeah, I gotta explore this remote empathy thing because it seems universal, but everybody who talks about empathy is talking about people who aren't near them. I'm like, why are you talking about people who aren't near you?
Yeah.
And I think it's all because they feel all the things that are happening to them are the result of people that don't know them personally. And it's like, well, that's probably true, but that's kind of your fault. So,
yeah. And again, like, there's too much information. Like, why does it matter? You know, like,
yeah,
it's just
exactly.
You get too much time on your hands if you're not. Like,
well, and academics kind of specialize in that. But I mean, part of my point was, we need a place to put those people and make them useful. And academia used to be it, and it's not anymore. Now academia has been flooded out with morons and destroyed, and now nobody knows who to listen to. And that wouldn't be so much of a problem if we were just listening to good, strong leaders. But because of the myth of World War II, charisma is bad. And it's like, well, you're not getting rid of it, so you better have a better plan than charisma is bad, my friend. But we don't. I mean, I think that's been my constant critique of Peterson is he doesn't want to lead. And it's like, bro, someone's got to, and people are following you. So it might like you might not have much of a choice here. I think that's why the backlash against against him moving to Daily Wire was there. Because they were like, oh, now he's under the power of the leaders of Daily Wire. And who knows where they'll take his audience, which is all nonsense. But that seems to be how people are thinking about the world because their comprehension of the world is so low. But I think now that I'm thinking about things in terms of low comprehension, a lot of stuff makes more sense. It's like, why are you following this flat world idiot and then following this flat world idiot? And it's like, oh, because you don't know they're both idiots of equal idiocracy. It's like, oh, okay. Now that makes sense as to why people are bouncing from the, this this flavor of the week to that flavor of the week in terms of following. It's because they can't discern, oh, no, this guy's an idiot. And this guy's an idiot. He's got the same level of idiocy, but just with a different focus.
Yeah. And that's something, you know, when you talk about the amount of information that winds up getting compressed or completely sliced off, depending on how many layers down you go, if it's just text versus just voice versus video versus actually in person versus in person across time, right? In multiple, you know, set and setting, you know, like that type of thing. Because it's like, yeah, you can interact with somebody over and over again at work, but it's like, yeah, you end up hanging out with that person outside of that. That's a very different thing.
Right.
And, you know, this whole thing of also being able to have that additional information and then do, you know, what I've been calling like the fruit check, or just kind of the thing of like, how's that working out for you sort of thing, where it's like, what is this person actually producing? If they're claiming to be producing something, how is that working for them? How is that working for the people they're producing this for? And, you know, like, how are their relationships with people? Because it could be one thing where you get along with someone at work and then, you know, you go have lunch with them and they like snap at the waitress or do something insane, or they pick up a phone call from their family member and yell at them or do something insane. It's like, well, yeah, this is very different than the limited information that I had in a lab environment, you know.
Well, we don't know what's a lab environment and what's curated. And that's part of the problem is, you know, like you're sitting there making fun of Peterson for doing a poor job, but clearly he was set up. Like, you know, again, I'm not saying he was set up by the producers of the show. He might have been set up by his own guys. And I'm not saying it was deliberate. It might have been an accident. And it's possible he set himself up by not understanding what he was told. I don't know. I wasn't there. So there's 3 reasonable possibilities that are almost, one of which is almost certainly the case, because he was unprepared. Right. He was unprepared for that interaction. And, you know, I'm not surprised. Greg wasn't surprised that Greg's breakdown on PBK's channel was fantastic. He's like, well, of course not. This isn't what he's used to. He's used to academia and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, fair. Like, that's a pretty good assessment. Right. Nothing that he said was wrong. I was like amazed. Vanderklay couldn't figure that out. Vanderklay's been doing critique videos of his for years. Although I haven't watched them ever. I'm never going to watch a Vanderklay critique video because I don't want to lose all respect for Vanderklay instantaneously, which I would. So, like, see, I'm good at self-regulation. Don't watch that. That's you're gonna lose all respect for your friend. Don't do that. Yeah, just gonna avoid that. Right?
No. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some kind of breakdown of the Peterson Jubilee video because I just feel compelled, but I'm not gonna go through the whole thing. I now need to find a way to get AI to cooperate with me because this nonsense about there is such a thing as agnostic atheist. I'm like, oh, why do you think the world can be configured in that way? Because it definitely cannot. It's confusing the claim by using the actual meaning of the term inside the term. And I'm like, so many errors. I'm like, these are just errors. Errors caused by bad final cause, by bad telos. And it just like, and the worst part is, Castle, you know what the problem is here? I can see all of it. That's the problem. This stuff shines out to me like the sun. I wish I were stupid, then I wouldn't know. It would be so much easier. Life would be so much better. 1890s Webster definition LLM. Yeah, well, the problem is the way LLMs are structured, they actually can't use definitions correctly, technically speaking. That is the problem. It's also their advantage, but it's a big problem because they use word distance inside a vector database, and it's a very powerful tool. Also, see the videos from about the Eliza, the original Eliza from the 70s, and that guy. He had a big hard time with that. But Yeah, it's funny. Well, Sally, this is the funny part. This is what cracks me up about AI. AI violates all of the usage, original usage rules and advantages of computers. It actually breaks all of them. And I mean technically, it breaks all of them. Like if you went to Von Neumann and you said, bro, look what we did, he'd be like, why would you do this? And don't do that. What are you doing, you lunatics? This is not what computers are for, and it's not how they work. And if you try to do this with them, you will get bad results. And that would be correct. You know, I mean, there's ways to use LLMs and get great advantages out of them, but you really have to know what you're doing. Like, you really have to know. Like, it's not a trivial thing. They can't code worth a damn, which is just should tell you everything you need to know. Their coding skills are horrific. I mean, horrific. Like simple coding tests that any human would pass, they just fail immediately and horribly in ways you could not have anticipated. Ixnot, atheist agnostics are easy to find. They're at the North-South Pole. Yes, they live at the North-South Pole. Let's go back to throwing chicken bones. We have more experience with that. Well, if you're using them for prediction, they are horrific at prediction. So yeah. But that is because they can't. But that is the thing. Like LLMs have very low comprehension, but they have the illusion of high comprehension because they do word distance, and word distance is a very clever trick. But again, you don't need LLMs to do it. Like Elisa did it. You can program Elisa in BASIC in like 2 hours. So you know, and people said the same thing about Elisa that they're saying about LLMs. It seems to be alive. Oh, definitely, I'm going to take its advice. Yeah, it's a wonderful therapist. It's like, dude, he wrote it in the basic programming language. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
It's indiscernible from LLMs, too. That's the funny part. Because you can just give it a bigger vocabulary. And yeah, it just works. The algorithm works pretty well, as is. It's not a neural net. Like, that should have been a hint to everybody. Everybody missed the hint. I'm like, why am I living in a world where everybody in the computer industry is retarded? I don't understand. How did this happen? It used to be where only the smart kids were. Not anymore.
Yeah, I've been working with this little AI tool that got implemented at work, and it's actually okay at what it's supposed to. I like that it's supposed to be dumb, you know, but it also really shows that it is that it's supposed to automate just some basic stuff, and it goes and it even notates like why it did, you know, certain things, and you got to calibrate it and do all these things, and it's based on our internal note system. But one of the things I saw is that they're trying to get it to set priorities. So some of these things, it's just like a scale of 5, and it pretty reliably sets everything to like the second to highest or the highest. It's just not capable of getting that. And I knew that type of thing would happen because we ran into that same issue with people trying to strictly follow the rules. Yeah. And then that wound up falling through. It's like, oh, when this particular type of machine comes in, no matter what is this priority, it's like, yeah, except for somebody said, call them 3 days from now because they're not going to be there. It's like, okay, actually it's not though, you know, or yes, it's that machine, but a person wants to rename it or something like that, you know, in the system. And it's like, yeah, this thing is going to reliably wind up, you know, just throwing the wrong priority on everything. The other
stuff, that's the tyranny of procedures, right? Yeah. That's the problem, is that procedures can't give you those answers. Yeah. Because rules require context to know when and if they're applicable, both. And so there's 2 more variables at a minimum that you need. And that's not encoded in rules. And so if you use any rules-based system, it cannot have that information, cannot account for it. Yeah. So you need hybrid systems that account for context plus content, because rules are content. Propositions, procedures are content. They're not context. The contextual stuff is all on the other side of the brain, basically. It's on the other side of the register. It's in participation and the poetics.
Yeah. And that's the good thing, is that this thing doesn't actually wind up it doesn't do anything that would imitate a decision necessarily, which is good.
Right.
It's just categorizing. And so the other
Right,
categories
right.
it has is okay. A lot of times it oversteps and like puts way too granular of a category on something, but at least it automates all the really boring stuff that adds an additional 5 to 10 seconds on adding scheduling, which really adds up over time. So that's good, but I'm probably going to wind up having them just disable the prioritization thing because it started confusing the on-call guys overnight, and that was important because it's like if they see, oh my gosh, it's high priority, it's like no, it's not. It isn't though. But the problem is
Right.
that it prioritized that, and then it failed to prioritize the actual thing that they were supposed to be looking at.
Oh
And
no.
yeah. And it's just like, okay, new guy as well. And it's just like, no, like this is not going to work. But all growing pains and everything, like it'll be worth it to just, just solidify this thing is supposed to be dumb, and it's okay that it's dumb. Like it doesn't need to be any more than it is.
Well, it's because they never got rid of the problem with AI. The problem with AI was called the domain problem. The domain problem hasn't gone away. That's why prompt engineering is a thing, because the better you specify the domain, the better the AI does. Well, of course, I could have told you that years before you had LLMs. Like that was the problem in the 80s. Like the domain problem is the problem. It's just that now we have more compute power and we can put more domains in and we can put it in an abstraction called language. That's why the large language models are so important. The problem is they don't use language the way we do at all. And that's where they use tokens. Well, what's a token? Yeah, that's a damn good question because ain't no one can answer that for you. Tokens are all over the place. And the different LLMs tokenize different parts of the language differently with the same data set. So it's like, that's why you get different answers out of Gemini and Claude. Like you get totally different answers. Right. Gemini is sitting there trying to convince me that you can be an agnostic atheist because I don't understand the definitions, which it won't repeat because its version of those definitions is actually incorrect. But it doesn't use definitions. It uses word distance. And it was trying to justify its position effectively. And I'm like, yeah, but your position's wrong. You can't justify a wrong position. That doesn't work. You have to use a verbal trick, which it did. Whereas Claude basically said, no, it's not a contradiction. The terms address different aspects of belief and knowledge about gods. It's like, but they don't. Like they're both beliefs and they're conflicting beliefs. It's not that hard. It's 0% difficult, right? And one just says, no, one's not a belief. One's about knowledge and one's a belief. And I'm like, that's not true. It's just false, right? They're both trying to defend positions, but they're doing it very different. And part of that is the tokenization of the LLM for sure. Part of it's the training, but it's bizarre to me that like people don't see it. It's like we haven't gotten around the domain problem in AI, but AI has poor comprehension. But it will find a way to proceduralize what you want to do. It's very good at automating things for you. Like, man, if you need to do like simple automations and stuff or categorize things or summarize things, it's pretty good at. It's not perfect enough to rely on, but it's so good at giving you like I did the reason why the 12 Rules for Life book club is coming in 2 weeks is because I went to the LLM and I said, I'm going to do a 12 Rules for Life book club. I need a summary of blah, 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 and it just did it. And I was like, oh, because I had the book. I was like going to do the notes myself. And it was like, no, blah, 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 and it formatted all. I went, this is close enough. It's not perfect, right? But I'm like, this is close enough for my book. And then I went in and typed in a bunch of stuff that it didn't have access to. So now the outline's done. And I'm like, oh, I've got the whole outline of the book. So yeah, I'm going to do an announcement video, possibly with a special guest if we can get him. And then in 2 weeks, probably going to be a Saturday book club again. Unless you and others have feedback on the Discord server. Otherwise, I'm probably going to shoot for the same sort of thing, like a 1 p.m. Eastern time frame sort of thing. Maybe earlier, maybe later. I gotta work that out. But that would be the plan. So we'll do a live stream about the book club and the approach, and then we'll jump in. That'll hopefully be next week, and then we'll jump into the book club the following week.
That sounds pretty exciting. Yeah, if it's later than language creation, I'll not be there. If it's earlier, I'm more likely to be there. But don't mess with other people's schedules on my behalf, because I know we're still doing Father Eric's little one-off book clubs as well. So we have one coming up this week. And
oh yeah, when's that? I gotta
Sunday.
do that.
Sunday at 4 p.m.
Like this Sunday, like Sunday,
as in like 2 days from now at 4 p.m.
as in like 2 days from now. Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, it's like
to do some reading.
It's like 15, 20 pages max. Like the whole story is like 15, 20 pages.
Yeah, we're just doing one story, one off, right? We're not
like
pages 1 through 4 or anything great. It's just
it's just start to finish. Just he gave the name of the story. You just do that one, and then
I remember he did that, and then I went on vacation, and then I forgot absolutely everything in the world.
Yeah,
and now I'm like relearning the whole universe. It's taking some time.
That's fine. You'll get. You got 2 days. It'll be fine.
I got 2 days to relearn the whole universe. No problem.
That's all you need. But yeah, it's funny, and until like the second to last page, I actually didn't know what genre it was, and I didn't actually research anything. Like I went totally blind.
You read the story already?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, of course I did.
I read day of, man. I read like an hour before.
I do ebook, read through like a week and a half in advance, highlight all the stuff that I'm probably going to riff off of, and then I'll just come back and I'll see it as we go through.
Oh my God, I would murder myself first.
That's how I did language of creation.
Goodness gracious.
I
do that with videos. Right. When I watch these videos, I take copious notes. I'm not doing that with a book. Like that ain't gonna happen.
No, I didn't know. I took 0 notes. I went in Kindle and just highlighted everything that I would riff on.
That's the same. That's the same thing to me. Yeah.
Well, okay, maybe, but it's so much less effort. It's just
true.
Draw a blue line over word and then move to next page.
Fair.
That was all I did. But
fair.
I was amazed because I've had zero exposure before now to Flannery O'Connor's work, and I didn't really know what genre. I mean, she writes in other genres. I have no idea. But it threw me for a loop. I did not expect her writing to be so dark. So just be prepared for that. But
okay,
there's some lessons in there, but
I bet
it's not necessarily what to do, right?
I mean, fairy tales are always dark, right? That's where all the lessons are, in the dark. The lessons aren't in the happy, fun, fuzzy stories.
Well, there you go. Prepare to learn a lot of lessons.
Sally Joe, I read it 3 times, then forgot I have read it and remembered portions out of context, and make Mark tell me what I'm remembering by telling him visual references. Well, that's also known as torture in most countries, but yeah.
See, that sounds like a lot more work than just highlighting it in Kindle.
Yeah. The Kindle highlight thing seems better. This is why I'm not staying current with the new books. Yeah, no, books are evil. Burn almost all the books except mine. Don't burn mine unless you're gonna buy another copy, in which case burn away. I gotta figure out how to sell the book, Castle. We gotta get on. I'm still mulling over all the things.
No.
You gotta send me the link to the thing that he mentioned when we were out there.
I sent his email. I don't know if you bug him, or if you want, I can set up like an email introduction and then have him send you the information. And then I don't know if he has it on his website. Like
okay. I thought he said he had it on his website, but
he might. Well, he has like 2 or 3 websites that they've got. There's like,
oh geez,
yeah, because he does. He's got one for like transom numbers for houses and businesses, and he's got another one for actual like printing and publishing and stuff like that. And then he's got menus and festival tents and like all of this other stuff, and it's all done in house pretty much. So
gotcha.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. but it'll happen. I'm looking forward to seeing that get in people's hands. So
yeah, I know we gotta send out a few copies. So I gotta get on that. But that's a next week thing.
Yep.
We're still recovering from coming home and being like, hey, wait, what is this strange place?
like
I was psyched the last 2 days, like on the Cape. I was waking up early. I woke up before the sun. I was like, my life is fixed. Everything is fine. And then we got home and it was a catastrophe. Like, what happened? Usually it's the other way around. I go on vacation and then I do better and then I do worse. And then by the time I get home, I get better. But nope. This time it was vacation was great. So I don't know. It might have been being on the ocean.
Yeah.
The ocean might make the difference.
That nice salty breeze.
I might have to move. I don't know.
Would you do it?
One of my original plans was to have a beach house.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I was gonna buy property in Boston, like a condo on the water. I was like, because I should have had plenty of cash for that. I shouldn't be destitute, but here I am, poor as poor gets somehow again. I'm like, what happened? How did this happen? Oh, and then I remembered something else. I think Sarah brought something up, and I was like, well, yeah, except that got stolen. It's like, except I had that, but that also got stolen with everything else.
It happens, you know.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. This is, yeah. It just.
I know the feeling. But
I got upset again because, Ethan brought it up. And I'm like, no, dude, you people have to stop. This is. The level of evil is actually capital E evil. Like it's not like a small error or misunderstanding or equal fight over. No. It's pure evil. It's not. There's no.
That's, interestingly enough, that's kind of the subject of our book club this Sunday.
Oh, good.
This sort of thing of like,
well, I'm
oh wow, there's actually people that are just. I mean, like, it's one of those things that if you're actually paying attention, like, you should be aware of this. But I see this very often where I'll mention things like, I don't consider myself necessarily reckless, but I do stuff that is pretty spontaneous from time to time, or so people have told me. But I do certain stuff, and if there's something that has to do with like event planning, like I care a lot about security and stuff on there. I'm not like, bubble person safety, everything and all that stuff. But if I'm going to be responsible for other people, there's certain considerations. And I'm aware of the pretty messed up stuff that happens, even in my area. Like my area is pretty good. But even a few years ago, like I had access to the county police radio. And I would hear that overnight, or even during the day or whatever. It was a 24-hour sort of thing at my old work. And like it's mild compared to where I grew up, and yet it's not great, right? It's like, so there's certain stuff where it's like, well, if you're going to be responsible for people, you have to take these additional precautions. And a lot of times I have people tell me, oh, well, you don't have to worry about all that, or what we don't. One person was running a book club, and I mentioned some little stuff. Oh, sometimes people do this stuff where they're a little weird about certain things and everything. And they're like, no, that wouldn't happen. And then they were shaken up because they had a crazy person show up to their book club, which was at a library, a high-end library. And the person started using the entire time as their own personal therapy session, and like a really intense one at that. And they were very agreeable, and they had a hard time getting that person out of the room. And it's like, that. It shouldn't be that crazy, but that's kind of the world that I live in, where it's just like, you're going to get, like, flies are going to come in if you leave the door open type of thing.
Right.
Like, I don't, there's certain stuff that I'm looking forward to, but it hasn't happened yet. And, you can't just leave your door unlocked or any of that stuff anymore. And people like to live as though that's the case. But there's some people out there that are just flat out Like, they know what they're doing is wrong, and they're perfectly fine with that, you know? So, but that's why I think that lesson is important. Like, that's why I didn't completely, even though the Flannery O'Connor book or story was very bitter to me, and I, for maybe about an hour, regretted reading it. Um, I I went back and I was like, you know what? Actually, it's really important that people don't forget this stuff, because even though this didn't actually happen, also it's totally happened lots of times.
Right.
So yeah,
Right.
but that's as spoiler free as I'm gonna get.
That's interesting. Yeah, well, I'll read it on Sunday before the book club, and we'll see how the book club goes,
Mm,
and we'll see if the new format's any better or worse, and then we'll get the
mm.
12 rules for life thing rolling, and then victory over evil. I don't know. First, we got to
Potentially.
convince people evil exists,
Mm.
but working on it. It's gotten
I'm
better. I said this earlier. People are at least calling people liars and moving on now. So it's like
mm,
that is a super upgrade. I'm so happy that's finally happening. No, you're lying. We're not having discussion. We're having conversation. We're having debate. You're lying. That's a lie. And we'll be moving on now because you're a liar. Right? That's it. Like you can't engage. You're not gonna change their minds. They're clearly possessed by something.
mm.
All right, Castle. I'm gonna shut it down. It's been 4 hours, just
Has,
about.
my goodness.
So, what do you got? What do you got for closing statements? Hopefully related to literacy, destroying comprehension through the flood, or something similar.
Yeah, I think it's not necessary to have all the information. I jumped into this live stream after only listening to about 5 minutes, so that worked out. And I try to exemplify as much as I can when I come out here, but totally all part of my plan. But this sort of thing of winding up in the analysis paralysis thing or choice paralysis, a lot of times that is a consequence of exposing yourself to way too much. It's important to have filters. A lot of those filters are more or less, you might call them built in, and you could just call those people like the people in your family or your community or in your,
Right.
local residential area, those sorts of things. And a lot of times it's more important to just stressing importance, right? Like, you can have a huge amount of information on stuff that applies elsewhere, but a lot of times, like, you can take things like if someone's trying to start a business or start like a little restaurant or something like that. A lot of times, even the local like town, for places that have little townships inside their cities, like, the rules will completely differ from one to another. To the previous points about the having more diverse rules in local areas, and then the larger the population is, the more of those you need. So a lot of times, if you're taking information from people who are too far removed to your immediate environment, you're going to wind up getting less and less applicable information, and having more of that is actually going to wind up sabotaging you. So it's
Right.
a lot of times better to just have certain basic things that you know for sure work, and then operating within that structure based on context.
Yeah. No, that's good. Well, and I think the thing that you need to know about comprehension is that comprehension comes from understanding history. You can watch my history videos. That's an interesting way to comprehend history. Um, but also from the environment and the people around you physically, and not the people who are in a shared environment, right? In other words, not the people in your freaking video game. I mean, you don't have to ditch them all or anything, but also like you have to privilege people that are around you physical. The physical environment has so much more richness to it than an online virtual environment. That's why people cry when the virtual environment goes away. It was 10 years and they just shut off all the servers. Yeah, it was a cheap environment and it was easy to destroy because it wasn't full. It didn't have the fullness of life. And the flood of literacy has given us lots of flat words that people are just misusing because they don't know how to comprehensively order them And it really is chaos and order. And literacy is the flood that's causing the chaos. That's why when people, identify, we'll say the problem of today is a problem of language, I'm like, well, kind of. I mean, it's not completely wrong, but it's horrifically useless because what do you mean by language, right? I hate to sound like Jordan Peterson, but also, what do you mean by language? What is the problem with the language, right? But it's not a problem with the language if the language is words. It's a problem with putting words together in a way that makes sense and not trying to claim you're an agnostic atheist, which is an impossibility, or a Christian anarchist, another ridiculous impossibility. These things are absurd. They don't work, and they cannot be made to work ever. All the science in the world is not going to put Humpty Dumpty back together again, right? And so, focus less on the words and more on how they're being used. And that's closer to the relata conversation that a lot of these clowns are having. But it's not the same, because the right thing to talk about is the quality of the relationships, the intimacy that's happening, not the not the not the type of relationship, not how many relationships, not the relata, which is just another meaningless term. Like the science people love to get a hold of something and give it a new word. And that's part of the flood of literacy, is the science people have a new word. They have a new word for soul. They put it all in the brain and they call it consciousness. It's like, oh, why? You can't science the soul or a part of it, right? That's just more literacy destroying your ability to comprehend the world, because you can't understand anything about a being, much less a human being, by dividing soul up, putting it in the brain and calling it consciousness. Now you just have a new word, but you have less comprehension, because soul actually represents a wholeness, and consciousness is just this little piece of something that's sitting in your brain somewhere, or through your brain, or whatever. Consciousness comes through your pineal gland, or whatever, bro. Like, why do I need to know about pineal gland? Like, oh, so it's a subsection of the brain. That's fantastic. Like, you're just making it worse. Like, now I got to track more words, right? And all I really care about is the soul. I care about the whole piece. I don't care about the parts. They're not that interesting unless I'm sick, right? In which case, it's a whole different circumstance. Context matters. And when you have literacy, the flood of literacy, you don't have the comprehension to know a good context from a bad context, or good from bad as such, right? You've just got a bunch of words, and it breaks down in conversation just the way it did for Peterson in Jubilee. So listen, the book club is a coming. Jordan Peterson, 12 Rules for Life, A Pragmatic Approach, something like that. And I've got the animation video coming. I've got a conversation on meanness with Gavin, which is coming. That's in the editing room now. I've got to record 62,000 more videos, as always, because I have at least that many things in my file that I want to talk about. And I got to write a bunch of blogs. So we'll see if I get any of that done ever. But I'm trying. Hopefully I can wake up early in the morning like I did when I was on the Cape, and then all my problems will be solved. I will see everybody next week. And look, keep in mind, guys, the key to everything that we kind of do here is to basically make the world better. And the thing is that the world needs you to be better. Right? The world is not going to be better on its own, because you're in the world and, to some extent, of the world. And therefore, in order to improve the world, you improve the thing you have the most control over, which is yourself. And so in order for the world to be better, you need to be better. And that's all you need to do. You don't need to make Iran better, or make Israel stop doing something, or, make sure we pull the troops out. Although, boy, I hope we do. Pull all the troops out of everywhere they're at. Deal with the local insurrection by Mexico, and then we can move on. Let Europe fall into war. It seems to want to be there. That's fine. There's nothing I'm going to do about it, and there's nothing I want to do about it because they're across the ocean, and we have everything we need here. I don't know what else to say. We feed the world. If they want to fight, maybe we should just stop feeding them and see how long they go for. It'll probably be less time without our food. So everybody take care of yourselves. Have a good week. I'll see you next week because I'm going to stay home forever after being on the road for 3 weeks, which I've never done before in my life. And just be better. Take care of each other and, get out there, interact with people, be friendly, be happy, be good.